doing a quick audio test to see if everything's running. Checking my mic out. Gonna set that up. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There you are. I'm gonna get everything set up. Actually, it was right at the last moment that I was getting the talking points going.
I disagree with your point 2.
Well, there's tons of this stuff you're going to disagree with. Just let.
Okay.
Like I said, dude, I have to make
You're
like a
not
whole.
completely.
Well, I have to set up an entire category called freaking Mr. Robot's freaking crazy shit. You know, like,
Remember, with an apostrophe. With an apostrophe.
with an apostrophe.
Actually, actually, just have to put that comment in. I just was reminded about Queen's "I'm Gone Slightly Mad" single.
Yeah.
Remember Queen from Freddie Mercury, 1990?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's leaving good talking points, rather than just
some of them.
Well, I mean, like, not instead of just like bailing and falling asleep and everything. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude, seriously, you're gonna be
yeah. Even if he can't actually join us directly, at least he's, like you said, giving us some material.
Yeah, letting everybody know that he's there, and that he's got. Now I'm doing something different. I'm actually doing a live stream for Live with Roger Hanson on regular Rumble.
Okay.
I'm going through my OBS with that, and besides that, I'm doing a live stream on Rumble Studio, so that that is actually that's actually on there too.
Okay.
But I've got both of those going, and then I'm doing the regular Rumble through my OBS. So.
Actually, you just remind me. I've just started up OBS because I wanted to test it because I've got because of a specific meeting next week.
Okay.
So this gives me a good chance to test audio and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. And if you need help on that, like with how to navigate through it and stuff, I can help you.
No, it's not the most complicated piece of software I've dealt with.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that, dude. You know what I mean? A lot of people who's got actual backgrounds in computers don't know how to run an OBS.
Remember, I deal with web servers and email servers, things like postfix and Dovecot, which are extremely complicated to set up. So, something like that.
I have to ask, dude, because I'm dead serious. I'm not lying to you, dude. There's people out there who are educated in computer science and absolutely know nothing about how to use an OBS.
I've used it many times, but not for quite a while.
Yeah. Well,
I used to use a screen video capturing software, but that piece of software doesn't work with Wayland. Only works with X11.
Well, actually, Mr. Robot is the perfect example of that.
Okay.
Mr. Robot has no clue on how to use an OBS whatsoever.
Okay.
All the stuff he talks about and knows about when it comes to computers, and he does not know how to work an OBS. Isn't that crazy?
It's not my favorite video recording software. I find it quite heavy for what it is, but
Now, the, I forgot to actually go in. Yeah, there we go. So I've got the OBS regular one tested out, and now I have to go to the one uh, on the Rumble Studios running. So now I have to go and check the other one that's run on my OBS.
I'm just thinking, if you're going to have that bottom bar there, could I zoom myself out a bit? Without catching all the rubbish between off screen.
Are you wanting me to take the banner off there so that you can?
No, I don't want to.
So they can see your tie and your. That's what it is. You wanted a professional look with your tie, didn't
No,
you?
I just lining up that tie clip with the sort of screen, so I'm sort of.
Okay. So
But yeah,
I took that off there now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick break because I do need to go get coffee and everything. This talking points were so freaking chaotic, man. I had to go through and actually organize them properly so that we can get through them, you know.
okay.
And this is from all the stuff that you guys have posted in chat on Element. So I went through and organized them
Within the last week.
within the last time I did this. I remember even on chat I said, dude, I think it was after we did the England birthday.
Yeah.
I think it was
Was
that
that last
happy
week?
birthday. No, it was the week before that one as it went on. No, actually last week was when we did it because after the birthday one, that's when I went through and got some of the topics. Then I scrolled through there and I found out like you got Mr. Robot posted a crap loads of stuff on there. So I went through and pulled them up, and got them ready and everything. So we're good to go. And there's no guarantee that we're going to get through even half of that shit. It's a lot of crazy stuff. So hopefully we do it. I think it's going to be good because it's going to be like a National Enquirer type of thing going on. Like this season for Live with Roger Hanson is turning into an interesting series.
Actually, it was week before last time I created. I referenced that YouTube video on the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
Week before last.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to mute out real quick, and I'm going to put the music on for.
I noticed that you were streaming the music directly into the platforms rather than us listening to it.
Yeah, I can
Which
do
was
that.
a good idea.
Yeah.
It drives me mad.
So I am going to do that. But the thing is I'm just in case I am going to mute the desktop out so that it doesn't freaking bleed through onto the OBS and then I'll mute out on Rumble Studio because this is the first time I've done it both on regular Rumble live stream and Rumble Studio at the same time. So I want to make sure that I do this right. So let me go ahead and do that, and then we'll be back. And even though freaking you want to be on there and looking pretty and stuff, I'm gonna put you off to the side. And we'll bring you back.
I can cope with that. I can cope with that image. That's quite a nice image, actually.
And then we'll do that. That's mine, actually. Me and John Clark created that together.
Another blended type job, eh?
No, I did this off of audio visualization. With audio visualization off of Blender.
Okay. So yeah, capturing music, the old sort of Winamp sort of thing.
Mhm. That
Yeah.
whole that whole sound wave right there is mine,
Mm.
and so is those rings around it, and then the Phoenix in the back is John Clark's right Phoenix Rise or Rise from the
Yeah.
Ashes or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
That's that
Yeah.
album
Yeah.
he has out. So yeah, it's pretty
Not
cool.
familiar. Okay.
So here we go. I'm going to figure out a cool freaking song to put on there. I'm gonna,
Also, I believe that as far as I'm concerned, uh, Wayland and Firefox and screen caption is now working.
oh
Screen
yeah,
sharing. So yeah, was playing around with it just yesterday.
that's pretty
Or yeah,
cool.
yeah. Uh, Eventually, thankfully.
Well, I found something else out that I can tell you when I get back. But I'm gonna put
Okay.
this. I'll put this music on. You actually brought something up that's interesting to mention. So
Okay.
let's let me figure out which one I have to do because I don't want to get rid of my Matrix background. That's just the coolest shit. I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll, I'll go ahead and get rid of my slideshow on there and do background audio. Oh no. See, this is the reason why I should never be in charge of audio files because I will put them in the wrong place every single time.
Need to sort out your filing system.
Well, the sad part is I've sorted them out. The only problem is I've sorted them out so many times I forgot where I put them. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you need to label. I hope you're labeling each of your files into
Yeah,
something
yeah, I am.
common sense.
Yeah, I
Uh,
am. Okay, so here we go, and I will be back. I'm gonna mute out
uh,
for real this time, and I will talk to you guys here in a little bit. You know what? We probably don't have to um, do that because I'm
I
I
don't
don't
have to mutate now because I yeah. If you're not capturing this audio,
yeah. Well,
um, yeah,
I
okay,
can put the music on Rumble Studios, or not Rumble Studios, but regular Rumble live stream, and then like on
okay.
here, it doesn't bring in the sound or nothing for Rumble or the other way around.
And what we are saying now is not being transferred.
Yeah, and it's not going over. Well, it's going over to YouTube and all of that. Yeah, but the
Okay, so
audio, but
if I mutate
yeah,
in
you don't have.
breaks.
Yeah, you don't have to. And
Mm,
the good thing is when I play this music, everybody on YouTube won't have to listen to it because I haven't got it kicked in on YouTube. It's going through Rumble Studios, so they're hearing this
mm.
conversation and they don't get hit up with that copyright, or I don't get hit up with
Okay,
that copyright stuff.
so generally speaking, it's better for me to mute out.
No, you're good.
And yeah,
You're good. You don't have to do nothing. I'm gonna
well,
mute.
if it's being recorded on YouTube and we're on a break.
Yeah, if you want to mute out, go ahead. That's cool. Other for that
Mm,
purpose, yeah.
yeah,
So
that's
the
what I mean.
background, yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get me some coffee.
Sure.
Okay. While it's playing, I can still talk. I got it muted out while it's playing on YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see how you would get a copyright strike on YouTube if it's a original content.
Well, it's not really that. It's just
Or if you've got ownership, yeah, or if you've got an agreement with the author.
I hate YouTube. Is all it is. Like they're why even give them the entertainment? You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. Seriously.
Largest user base?
That's what they say, but like I mean, I've got to admit I was kind of guilty of this, and I'm ashamed of myself. But I watched a little bit of Timcast, and there was a little bit of stuff that I agreed with that he
Wow.
said.
Okay.
And that's a big step for me. You know what I'm saying? That really is.
I'm
Just
not a big fan of Mr. Beanie Hat.
yeah, I know. I'm not.
Mm,
I'm not either. But that is a big step. I've got
mm.
to admit he had a good talking point when it came to YouTube. You know, it seems odd that out of every platform, YouTube is the one that is still a mystery to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, their numbers don't match up for one thing, um, and when people try to match them up, they're always crazy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I mean, that in itself is kind of
Well,
suspicious.
remember, not everybody subscribes to a channel. You might watch some content on the channel, but you might not be a subscriber to the channel.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it is kind of true.
Hmm.
Their
I'm not
analytics,
sure. Hmm.
their analytics really don't match up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's better than mine's analytics.
Well, yeah, that's a really good example. But when you take a look at Bill Altman imitates. He's not really like creating his own platform. He's
Yeah, yeah. He lacks any creative sort of juices.
So I mean, if you want to know what Bill Altman's all about, go over and look at the UI for freaking
Yeah, I
X.
remember I was asked to do a review on the user interface when it came into, um, and I created an entire article and several GitLab tickets on it. And yeah, and I reviewed a lot of, at the time, the actual help and support group because I was still active, and the Canaries group, and a lot of users just criticizing um, Bill and Minds for lacking creativity.
Mhm.
They
Well, it's
never
like,
checked the UI.
well, I mean, that's one big thing that's constant when it comes to all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it's just really, really, really not good, to be honest.
But yeah, a lot of well, I'm seeing more and more social media platforms using the same style. And
Mhm. Now I gotta make sure that I turn this media source off when it hits 0 on the OBS. Then I'll open up the mic on there so they can hear our cool talk on Rumble. This is on the regular Rumble live stream that I'm doing the music.
hmm,
So it's that's and then they're getting this conversation on YouTube and all the other ones through Rumble Studios. Okay, 30 seconds to go. My goodness. It's amazing how slow time goes when you're wanting it to hurry up, you know? Like a whole 30 seconds? My goodness.
and today's hobby is watching paint dry.
Yes. Next on Live with Roger Hanson, we will watch paint dry. Okay. Okay. Background. That's what we do. Boom. There we go. I did it. I was able to transfer the songs over to background video. There we are. We are back. Let me go test this out, make sure that it looks good, or it sounds good, I should say. I have both the rumbles up and going.
Both the rumbles, plural.
Mm-hmm. So let me see what it sounds like. I actually went in and okay, it came through.
Cool.
So working like
Cool.
a pro, dude. We're on top. So we're back. I don't usually do an introduction for this thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it in the tradition the way we did it with mines and well, I don't know if we even did. Did we ever do introductions on Untethered?
That's a good question.
I don't remember.
I would have to go back and review them.
Well, we were so rowdy and outrageous on that show, man. Like we turned into rebels and stuff.
Yeah, but it's a slow start, isn't it?
Yeah.
You pick up pace
Well, I
throughout
mean,
the.
that one we turned into animals from the start. That one,
You may have, but
well, we did. It's like now, what I wanted to do on this one is I wanted to go first over the stuff that's more important to talk about for this week because it's like it wouldn't be as important next week. You know what I mean?
with the Russia earthquake thing,
Yeah.
no, but the UK then is going to be
Well,
quite
that one,
prevalent for the next
that,
going on.
no, that one I want to bring up just on every single episode if we can, kind of remind people until it's over. Well, this is how many weeks do we have before the petition's good?
Actually, I got a reply from the petition. Let me just check my email. I think there was and there's an official reply already, which would be the email would be the same reply as is provided on the actual page that I gave you.
Okay. So
Find them.
now the Russian earthquake, um, it was supposed to be massive. It was an 8.8 magnitude quake, and it struck near Kamchatka. Now they had.
Yeah.
Now the last thing I heard, it was from Mr. Robot. He said he got it from a friend of his who was in Japan. I think he said, and they have a tsunami watch issue for there, and they also for Hawaii.
Nancy also opened up the Fixins stream this week with that subject, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. Now, it's supposed to be a magnitude 8.0 earthquake, and like I said, it struck near Kamchatka, Russia, and that prompted tsunami warnings for several regions, including Japan, Alaska, Hawaii, and Guam. Now, the quake occurred 133 kilometers southeast of Petropavlovsk, Kamachki, and was felt across the Kamachka Peninsula.
Or the entire Pacific, really, all the way. Did it get as? Yeah, it got as far as California, did it?
Supposedly, I mean, I haven't heard anything about a tsunami whatsoever yet.
Yeah, no, it so light when it got to California that nobody really noticed, but technically,
Did it do any significant damage? Because the last time heard, it said from the impact, supposedly there was no injuries reported yet.
There was one fatality, but it was never. As last time I checked, it was never confirmed. So it could have been a fatality related to a heart attack or something. It might not have been directly related to in Japan.
Now, the magnitude, I've heard it was 8.0 and 8.7, and now the after that the issue or with the tsunami warning, um, I also found out the warnings had to do with northern Marina Islands, and they said that the depth was shallow for the if the tsunami came, and it was supposed to be at 19 kilometers or 12 miles shallow.
Yeah, Nancy was talking about that. She had doubts if it was a natural phenomenon because of the depth.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical on that one. On point, but yeah. Again, I've not done that much research on that. I've just looked at the reports.
Now, Times Now News is where Mr. Robot had a link for it, and it's the one that said that it was an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Um, the article said, here I can read it real quick. It said the powerful magnitude 8.8 earthquake struck 133 kilometers south of Petropavlovsk, Konopsky, Russia, according to the United States Genealogical Survey. The shallow quake was felt across the Kamchatka Peninsula and was strong enough to generate waves or trigger a tsunami. Tsunami alerts have been issued for Russia, Japan, Guam, Hawaii, and Alaska. Now, that right there is all that was in that thing. So it did show like a map of the area. And
Did I not reference a Lotus Eaters video? Was we were talking about it on Tuesday, stroke Wednesday.
yeah.
I think I did,
Well, the location where it's at, I mean, it's really weird because it's very, very close to Alaska, and it's like right in between where Alaska and Japan, you know what I mean, at a kind of like at a vertical, not a vertical, but where it's going, northeast,
well,
west,
it was one. It
southeast.
was directly related to a plate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was what I think Nancy was talking about it too. The ring that goes around uh, the Pacific Ocean. It's like this is like a shell, an eggshell, dude. It's very sensitive because
Mm.
there's a freaking a fault line that runs all the way up from uh, that runs up from Hawaii to Japan around to the whole edge of Russia and the edge of Alaska down to the west coast of the United States. Well, actually, the whole Americas, to be honest.
Mm. Mm.
And she was talking about the freaking what is that? It's the has Old Faithful. What's that called? I keep forgetting the damn names.
The park.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm gonna have to do freaking some googling.
yeah, and,
Yellowstone.
yeah.
Yellowstone.
Yogi Bear. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Now, that's what she was talking about. How it could trigger Yellowstone, and that that one has Old Faithful in it and everything. That's what she was talking about. But even like with that fault line, I mean that fault line going off at the same time as Old Faithful going off, you might as well give it up. And my brother was also talking too about um, Italy all the way over to Turkey. They have that whole line of volcanoes that it's an entire system, you know.
Mm.
It-
Mm.
so, like, could you imagine if something that big went off literally and it caused those volcanoes to freaking just cause a chain reaction all the way across there? Because that's what they suspect actually happened at one time. All those volcanoes along the Alps and into Turkey at one time had a chain reaction and they went off, caused a lot of problems. But man, it would be the end of the world, dude. It'd be it'd be an apocalyptic future. But
Maybe.
I don't know if something that big. Well, yeah, it would because Yellowstone. Old Faithful is huge.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like they're saying Old Faithful by itself, if it erupts, it's time for a lot of us humans to freaking kiss our asses goodbye.
Depending on how severe the eruption is.
Well, I, Old Faithful, the entire freaking volcano. Okay,
Okay.
it
Yeah.
expands across like the entire area. Like this is a huge volcano system.
Mm.
I can probably actually pull up some stuff to show like uh, I could probably show images of it if I find it. Yeah, because this is huge. Um, what is it? The Yellowstone super volcano. There we go. Uh, this actually has some pretty good imagery right here. If I can, if I can actually show it on here. Um, yeah, let me see here. Now I'm gonna have to actually do a window capture for OBS too, so that they can see it,
Mm.
and then I'll do it here on Rumble Studio so that you can see it too. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yeah. Um,
Yeah. So that right there is what it looks like. Um, then you have this. All right. We're talking like entire regions. See that? This is the
what's the diameter of Old Faithful?
uh, well, I'm right here on the page. After I show you the pictures and stuff, I can go ahead and find out.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm doing it now. Uh, the geyser measures roughly 2 by 3.5 feet,
mm-hmm.
0.6 to by 1 meter.
Now they
Oh,
say,
that's just the surface. That's just the surface vent.
yeah. Now they said there have been three major explosive eruptions in Yellowstone's history. Huckabee Ridge, and that was 2.1 million years ago. Mesa Falls, that was 1.3 million years ago. And Lake Creek, and that was 640,000 years ago. The largest eruption of the three was Huckleberry Ridge, and that was 6,000 times greater than Mount St. Helens eruption in 1980. And that was over 2.1 million years ago.
Mm.
That is craziness. So that's what they're talking about. That right there would end life as we know it. Right there. Yeah.
Actually, just according to the U.S. National Park Service, it was predicted to erupt on July the 31st this year. So today, yesterday,
Oh. Oh.
yesterday.
Oh, that is crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, better start stocking up on your water. You heard it first here on Live with Roger
Yeah.
Hanson from Mark Edworthy. Nobody else knows this, just
Actually,
us.
no. Old Faithful is according to the U.S. National Park Service, it is now predicted to erupt at 1:07 a.m. But it doesn't give what it means by 1:07 a.m. 1:07 a.m. what local time, presumably on August the 2nd,
August the 2nd. That's wow.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so that would be um, that would be 7 hours from now.
Castle is yeah, I'm not sure about the times. I presume it's local times, but yeah,
Well,
Castle,
no,
Grand, Daisy, Riverside.
yeah. Hold up a minute. I can
Mm.
calculate that in. I can get right now. It's 5:54 here in Illinois, which is Central Time. That would be three 3:54 in California or on the West
Oh, you're
Coast.
using PDT, Andre.
So
PDT.
so that would actually be that'd be 9 hours from now. That would be 9 hours from now, I believe.
Mm, yeah,
So
yeah, that'd be 8 a.m. UTC. 8 UTC.
yeah, so it's time for everybody to give their asses to God. You better
That,
pray.
yeah, um, if you're going to believe that.
Well, I mean, if you smoke reefer, you better smoke it all, buddy, because there. I mean, that's it. Don't.
And it doesn't say how big a eruption. It could be just a very minor eruption.
Just a minor eruption.
It could be, it doesn't state.
No, I'm gonna find out what the ridge uh, fault line around the Pacific is called. Yeah, there we go. They even have spell check for me on there, isn't it? Okay, that is the Ring of Fire. Okay, so I'm gonna do the Ring of Fire, and I'm gonna try to pull up something for the Ring of Fire.
What is its actual name? That's more of a nickname, isn't it? An alias.
I don't really know uh, if they actually named it an appropriate name. To be honest with you,
Uh,
that's really shows locations of volcanoes. So we'll get
don't
that.
these things have a Latin name? Maybe
Um,
not scientific things.
that was weird. I do not know what happened there, but it ended. Wait a minute. Okay, let me. Oh, okay. It doesn't allow you. It doesn't have like a website. It has. Oh, okay. I have to hit visit. No, it doesn't. That is weird. So Let me see here. Here we go. We'll go here. I'd like to. I would like to go to an actual site that I can pop the. You know what I mean? Be able to pop up the actual map and everything. And it was weird how this one worked. Okay, here is the Ring of Fire, and I can. Are you guys?
Okay.
You're not.
Yeah, I was going to say have a look at Forbes or Reuters or something.
Yeah, I'll share that. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, there is the Ring of Fire for Rumble Studios. Oh, cool! It automatically popped it up on OBS, so I'm
Mm.
good. I'm good to go on there. But yeah, that is the Pacific Ocean's infamous Ring of Fire, and it is 24,900 miles. That's 40,000 kilometers long, and is where most of the world's earthquakes and volcanic events occur. So, right here, you have these that come off here to the side. Now, this up here is the freaking volcanoes, or the volcanoes and stuff I was talking about. This is a whole string of them. They go to the all the way over to freaking Italy. It's just a whole ring of them, and there's just this little area right here that doesn't connect it. Can you see my mouse?
No. So my screen. Hang on. I'll have to
Okay.
leave my screen because I'm looking at it from my.
When I run my mouse right here, can you see it?
Yeah. No, I can.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. But that little bitty area right there is what separates this volcano system from this freaking quake line.
So we're talking about India. We're talking about Australia. We're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It would cause a massive freaking world event.
Oh,
So they're talking about that it started up here in this area right where my mouse is. Okay, that earthquake did. You know, and you
is
have
that China or Russia?
that's
That's
Russia.
southwest or southeast China, Russia.
Yep, that's the peninsula that sticks out right at the edge of Russia. And Japan is right here. Then Hawaii is right here, and over here is where Yellowstone would be, right up in this area.
Yeah.
And this fault line, like I said, it runs this way, and it just keeps on going all the way to South America. Bam, right there.
Technically, where you were pointing, wasn't that just off the border between the US and Canada?
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
up here. This is the U.S. and Canada. Yeah. So it's Yellowstone would actually be more like right around in this area. So
So yeah, we're talking about South Washington State,
yeah,
North California.
yep. That's amazing as heck. You know, it's I think if it does happen, it will literally just wipe everything out. To be honest with you, it. There's no way we could recover from that. At least I don't think so.
Again, if it happens, let's not scaremonger.
Well, I mean, 8 hours from now, we'll know, won't we? Won't we, Mr. Edworthy?
Or we might not know.
Now, see, it when you look at it like this, okay, then my whole thing about Rise of the Automaton doesn't sound so bad. You know what I mean? Like Rise of the Terminator. I would rather fight off artificial intelligence than a volcano any day, dude. You know. What do you think?
Uh,
If you had a choice, would you fight off uh, robots that were out to destroy all of humankind, or would you go up against the volcano? They've got a movie about that too, by the way.
or volcanoes versus robots.
No, what was it? Charlie versus the volcano, I think, is what they called it.
Rings a bell. Don't think I've seen it, but that's the title does ring a bell.
Well, my movie was about a guy, a guy versus a volcano. There we go. See, it's cool. They automatically know what I'm talking about. Joe versus the volcano in 1990. This film is literally titled after the concept of guy versus volcano. In this romantic comedy, Tom Hanks plays a man who accepts an offer to throw himself into a volcano as a human sacrifice. What do you think about that?
Oh, wasn't it a comedy?
Yes, it was. Joe.
What's the actor? Famous, well-known American actor.
Tom Hanks.
Was it?
It was
thinking.
It was before he did the volleyball one.
Okay. I was thinking of the comedian.
Well, you know, Tom Hanks actually used to be a comedian, right?
Yeah. No, I was thinking of I can see his face, but the name totally escapes me.
Will Ferrell.
Yes,
Everybody does that. Like when they have to remember old 90s and 80s movies, they think.
No, the comedian that acted as who did those Christmas things, acting as an elf.
Oh, what was his name? Oh, I know him too. That's Will Ferrell, dude.
Will Ferrell?
Yeah.
uh,
Freaking, he did Talladega Nights.
Not Will Ferrell. No.
He played an elf too.
Yeah, no, it's not the person I'm thinking of. No, it's totally gone for me.
Now you're leaving me stuck with a guy who played an elf, dude. Seriously.
Um,
Now I'm gonna have to go through and look at all the actors who played an elf. That's just horrible. That is just horrible. Okay, so there is excuse me, man, I gotta stop smoking. Well, I think it's more of this cold, but yeah, just so everybody on here knows, I am getting over a cold. So if you hear me coughing, don't be trolling me talking about how horrible I am, because that's what it's about. I'm having a hard time. Okay, so I do have a snippet here of something. This was taken from Redacted which I'm not really into, but it was something that Mr. Robot posted, and it's called "The UK is effed" or the F word. I'll hold back on the F word because Mr. Edworthy wants me to keep this family friendly and, and oriented in that
Indeed.
in that fashion. But what I can do is I can go ahead and I can do a. I don't know if they do a. Yeah, they do a picture in a picture mode. I can actually do a screen share for uh, the picture in the picture, I believe. Let me see if I can get it. Nope, nope. I just don't get why. There it is. Here we go. But there is going to be no audio if I do it that way. That's the only bad part.
Yeah, you may have a copyright strike on this if you do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just there's absolutely no audio on that one. But if I do just go ahead and I play it, I can get it to where it can be heard through my OBS, maybe. So
I would be very, very cautious and only play a very small segment if you're going to do that.
it's only like 6 minutes. So I mean,
So,
I I really don't have to share it with anybody on Rumble Studios, to be
or
honest.
you can just talk about the points
Yep,
they
just
making.
talk about it, and then if they want to hear the audio and everything completely, they can go to the the stream, the regular stream on Rumble, and it will be there. So with audio and everything, if you guys want to hear it, sound fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
acceptable.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit play on it, and we'll be able to check it out. So here we go. Let me unmute it.
Let's see how's that.
Okay, we're going to pause it there because I think that is a good conversation to start out with. Especially you being bar hop the way you are. You just like always going to the pub and getting drunk with your
Hardly,
buddies.
hardly always. It's very rare.
You old freaking booze slut, you.
Very rare, actually.
we were we were actually just having a conversation about this the other night, weren't we? Where you were talking about going to the pub, and
Yeah, but that was,
we were
I
talking about
think
farmers.
in the last, well, since Christmas, I've been to a pub 3 times,
Right. Well,
four
remember
times, actually, 4 times.
remember when we were talking about farmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Now everybody has this crazy idea about farmers being all like down to earth and working with their hands and being grounded and all this good stuff. And then you said, well, apparently people who think that have never gone to the pub and hung out with them. You know what I mean? At least it was to that extent somehow. You know what I mean? And I agreed with you because I've been around people who live out in the country and out in the or in small towns. I'm living in a small town. My hometown is that way too. Um, and like back in my drinking days, I never. Hold up. Yeah, but like whenever I was drinking, I never really spent too much time in bars because I'd always get in trouble. You know what I mean? I was
Fair enough.
never a good drinker, but it is true. I mean, you can't shut people down in a bar, dude. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? That's going to cause way a lot of trouble, and that's what that's really a good place to start out with. She came out strong on that. I really think. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about that? Especially in England, do you have loudmouth English people that go to pubs and talk shit?
Obviously, like any place, um, once you introduce alcohol into a mix, you're going to have um, very open speech.
Now, do you think that it's appropriate that the state should be holding the bar responsible for people talking like about things that the government doesn't think is appropriate?
Or that it's not that the government thinks is appropriate. Is what could what could cause perceived offence to an employee, or perceived offence to anybody that they may be aware of or know.
Okay.
So the person doesn't even have to be there, or the group it doesn't actually have to be within that area.
Wow. So,
If that makes sense.
yeah, if they're like small talking and talking trash on somebody, they could get in trouble for it, even though that person's not at the bar. They're
If it's related to a personal characteristic as defined by the 2010 Equalities Act.
oh,
So the race, religion, gender.
so that means that
Uh,
they're really having to crack down on you guys for your insurrection, huh? They're putting it to you guys pretty hard over there in England, huh? You
but
know
it's still a bill at the moment. It's not a. I don't believe there's income. Well, it's not an act yet because Parliament has to be recalled, or would have to be called for, because they're in recess and they're going on holiday, some holiday.
got
So
that
it
good
has yet
government.
to be um, authorised.
Got that good government going on that's taking care of you guys, making sure that your safety is being managed well. Yeah.
Please, please.
You knew
Did you
you
did
knew
you
it.
see that video or that video that based that post on only a couple hours ago?
I've got a couple of them, man. Let me finish this off
Oh,
real quick,
yeah,
and then then we'll move on to. I believe I'm pretty sure I've got that one too. Just give me a second, dude.
I only published that post only a couple hours ago. Um, the what was it? I can't remember now. The Thinking Ape post or something, or Thinking Ape video. I'm not getting any of the voice, but it doesn't matter. I've already seen this one anyway, so I'm sort of aware of what she's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Like she was basically saying the same thing that you were talking about, like about being offended. And I do have a copy of that video actually that you're referring to. Is the one about I was offended? Huh?
Uh, Sorry, the one that I'm talking about is the Thinking Ape video. The internet, as we know it, could be changing.
Oh, that's the one that you had for
Yeah, the
the
one that I updated, based a post on just a couple hours ago.
yeah. The
Actually,
thought provoking, is that the one where you said that you had a thought provoking
yeah,
examination of the
yeah,
internet?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I've got that. Now that's actually a minds.com link, so I don't
Mm.
know if I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. It was just referencing, but the actual post itself, it does contain a YouTube
Okay.
reference, definitely. So
No.
I only used that as a basis for the post. So
Okay.
tend to do anyway.
Okay, so this one is the internet as we know it could be changing. And let me go ahead and skip the ads on there and do another picture in a picture.
Are you sure you want to play that one because that's 13 minutes long?
Well, I mean, we can get a little bit of it in there at least until it starts getting interesting,
Uh,
like this last one did. You know what I mean?
really, really, is that post, that video really, you really need to watch the entire thing to, or listen to the entire thing to get the context?
Well, it's 13 minutes, dude. We can
Yeah,
watch
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
It's
That's
not
what I'm
like it's
thinking.
a
It's really appropriate.
huh?
It's really appropriate.
You, I mean,
For,
it doesn't bug me any. Like, you know what I mean? If you wanna play it, we can play it and freaking talk about it. You know what I mean? It's up to you.
we can talk about it without actually playing it.
Okay. Well, I
Just
haven't had.
thinking YouTube copyright strikes.
Screw YouTube, man. Screw YouTube.
It's your channel.
Let me see here. On the actual audio, you're not going to you're not going to get it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? The only audio that it's going to come through on it would be the Rumble. Like now on Rumble Studios, they're not going to get the audio either. So like on the actual live stream for Rumble, where I had to do it uh, manually each time, change the key and everything.
Mm.
That's where people can go to. I'm actually streaming two streams on Rumble right now at the same time. You know what I mean? And that's the one that has the audio for the videos if anybody wants to watch it. But
As long as we comment through it, therefore keeping within the fair use.
yeah, so I mean,
Okay.
yeah, and like with the audio man or the video part, we can stop whenever it gets to.
Well, there is no video on it, really. It's just one static image. So,
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
so it's not even worth talking about, to be honest. Like there ain't
Um,
no, there
well,
ain't.
it's just there's no video on it.
Well,
Please.
I mean, seriously, dude, what the hell? It's like, God, that sucks.
Right?
Okay, so what I will do is I will go ahead and I will play it through so that people on Rumble
Yeah, that's it.
can watch can on the regular Rumble can watch it, and then as it goes through, I will I will make my discussions on it too. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
And then
still means that I won't be able to hear it from.
Well, I mean, you technically don't have to hear it, to be
No, I
honest.
don't have to. I can.
You know,
I've listened to it 3 times already because my publishing the post.
right. I've just got to figure out where it is, though. Let me go to here then and do a mini player. Actually, I can't do a mini player on YouTube. I have to do. I forgot all about that. I have to actually um, do the thing. So no, I got hit default. That's what it is. It's being a butthole to me. Okay, there we go. Gotcha. So I will just go ahead and do the video. And
Can you bring up subtitles?
uh, well, I could if you want me to. We could do that.
Yes. So I still got a good idea of what you're
I've actually
talking
never done that before, so that's kind of cool. I like that. That's impressive, Mark Edworthy. That's impressive. Just saying, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna go in, and Are you getting the video yet, or on there?
No, I'm still
Okay,
looking at the new Gafted single
okay. So
thing.
that means I have to go back on. Um, I've got to. Well, actually, let me. I know what I got to do. I got to go back into Studio and change the redacted screen share so that it's not doing that anymore. And then put the internet as we know it. And that should bring it up good for everybody. We got that on there. Can you see it yet?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so here we go. And it does have the thing on it. So
I'm not sure how many of you have caught wind of this internet crackdown that's currently taking place in the UK, but it is somewhat alarming because it reflects a broader trend. I think it's worth talking about. Now, in the UK currently, they are now implementing various age verification ID checks across the board for the sake, allegedly, in their own words, of protecting the children from prawn. Now, protecting children from prawn, of course, is a good thing. But the problem here is it goes well beyond this. And if you do some investigation, you see that this doesn't just apply to protecting children from prawn. It applies across the board to multiple platforms, things like Twitter, Discord, Reddit. And basically, they're trying to implement age verification for a variety of internet venues. And it really is just the tip of the iceberg because the UK is not really unique in this respect. There's a certain irony, I do think, to this because UK or Britain itself was sort of the birthplace of conventional notions of freedom, Anglo freedom, right? The Magna Carta, and indirectly, of course, the American Constitution. You could write
That's what we've been talking about on
freedom,
our Thursday streams.
freedom loving
Yeah,
principle.
last couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, not even other European countries. In fact, significantly less
see if
so
you
in
listen to
other
what
European
he's
countries.
saying here. He's very,
And it
very
seems,
educated
to
about
the
all
contrary of this,
you know,
unfortunately,
because
that
it wasn't
the
just
UK now
Yeah, I've been a
run it.
follower. I've been a follower been for several years now. He does produce some extremely good thoughts.
but the like not well okay like yeah okay when it comes to like American Constitution, but you also have to take consideration in what we've talked about. Like there were other constitutional governments being formed in revolutions other than the United States, for one. And another thing, England was actually the birthplace of a lot more than just like freedom. Like you guys were probably the birthplace for freaking the Socialist Labor Party. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
there's a
as I pointed out to you last night, a modern the modern justice system was
yeah.
the British invention. Pies, it is, yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
a lot of
and they always go that direction, and they start talking about the freedom and the American Constitution, and it's like that's not it. That's not just it. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of stuff.
hmm,
Like this, to be honest, I could see this actually happening in England. England would probably be the first place where this starts getting hit because these movements like this have always started in England. You know what I mean? And they spread out and they just become bigger and bigger and huge. Well, I'm starting to have my, France is really starting to scare me too. Like, we got to have a government or somebody go over there and just kind of like guide them and teach them how to properly manage. Because maybe we can.
I think they can properly manage.
No, I don't think so. I think we have to have you go over there and teach them the proper etiquette of managing over there.
Yeah.
Managing
Stop
their-
burning sheep on main roads and well, actually that's probably a good idea. Actually, start burning sheep on main roads. That's the
Well,
French meant to know.
stop freaking getting tired of your Constitution and rewriting it. You know what I mean? It's like 15 times, dude. Seriously? Come on.
I don't know. When the French want to protest, they can protest. That's to say.
Well, that's what I'm saying in our show that we did, like last night and the week before. I mean, that was just everything goes back to France. You know what I mean? It's really amazing how that works. Everything goes back to France. You know,
Ah,
I
that's an
think.
arguable point because I'm just thinking the English Civil Wars, what,
Well,
100+ years before
I'm not talking about
French?
the good stuff, dude. Like we weren't really talking about positive things in history in the last two episodes of Roger's Real Time Talk Show. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
We were.
you could argue that there were some positive notions that came out of the English Revolution, English Civil.
We haven't been talking about positive stuff though. Like when I'm mentioning the stuff we talked about last night, freaking, I'm talking about like the bad stuff. Like it all comes from France, dude. It's like or it starts. It starts in France and it just gets bigger. The bad stuff.
But I would also argue that the English Civil War created some really bad stuff as well. Hence the Cromwell dictatorship, 5-year dictatorship afterwards.
Cromwell was a hero to England. What are you talking about? Like you guys
Mm,
messed up, man.
we've discussed this before.
We have.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, Cromwell was a hero to your nation. He freed you from the bondages of the monarchy.
yeah, only to stick us under bondages of his own dictats for what, 5 years.
What did he do exactly? Like, what was the horrible things that he did? Did he execute you like they did in the French
Um,
Revolution because you were imperial scum?
he stopped Christmas for 5 years. He banned
Well,
Christmas for 5 years.
I mean, that that's actually kind of
He
overstepping.
was a Puritan, wasn't he?
Now, I also heard that he shut down the playhouses and stuff in
Yeah,
London.
yeah, yeah. He was a Puritan.
Yeah, he didn't agree with that. Now, my theory on that though was that that's actually a strategy that a lot of governments use. Even today, they do it. Russia did it, and China did it, where they actually denied freedoms from their citizens when they did stuff like that. And then as time goes by and they've re-educated the masses, they slowly give them their freedoms back. But
Okay.
they have to be
Not sure
they have
with
to be
that.
they have to be re-educated so that they didn't believe in the old ways any longer. And I would believe that Cromwell's plan failed because at the end of it, England came back, or the nobles came back and said, "No, man, we want our monarchy back." And
Not sure about return freedoms after re-education, quote unquote.
Mhm.
Once a freedom is lost, it's lost
yeah,
in
but
in context.
all I'm saying is when when it comes to like shutting down playhouses and stuff like that in public spaces, that's actually is a strategy that they've used. So I would see that more as like a re-education thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't go a strategy within that argument. I would
Cromwell is
again he was a Puritan. He
that's what I'm
wanted
saying.
to destroy
I would say
certain concepts.
no. He fought a revolution to freaking.
I mean, we're seeing it at the moment with certain comedians with certain styles of comedy and satire being um, banned, both in US and Europe.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's probably what's taking place is England shutting you guys down, saying, "Look, we're tired of your
For
freedom."
England, isn't Labour and the progressive
Well,
liberals.
what party's dominant in the parliament at the moment?
Labour, but again, the progressive liberal sort of manoeuvres has been going on for good, what now, about 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
if not longer.
Okay, so we've made it into 1 minute of this video, and we had to stop it because that actually stuck out to me with that. Like this guy, he is coming up with good stuff, but like that's something I did want to clear up, and it's good that we were talking about that during this thing where it said no more real internet because
Mm.
because Cromwell shut down the playhouses, and this is kind of in the same area, to be honest. You guys are going.
It's because Playhouses was done by what was considered at the time professional actors.
No, I've done research on this. The nobles and the elites, they would you would have never found them down in the playhouses.
Yeah, but yeah, but again, these actors would not have been acceptable by that class of people.
Right. It was like this, that according to the elitists, that would have been where all of the miscreants went to. You know what I mean?
Mm.
The gays and the homosexuals and the
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that because
well, you
the
got to
that
admit, I
matter.
mean,
The
Marlowe
proletariat.
kind of, he had a gayish kind of way. Shakespeare, if he existed, had to have been gay. You know what I mean? And there,
I would like to hear your argument on that one.
well, I mean, it's just like, God, dude, men dressing up like women and stuff. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, but in this country, the concept of pantomime.
Pantomime, yeah, I know.
Yeah, which is mainly a thing in the US, but in Britain, that sort of pantomime, sort of subversive satire has been a long tradition.
Well, I mean, you're the one that said it. I didn't. And you said it out loud. It's like shit.
What subversive satire?
Pantomime is like dudes dressing up as chicks, and now
Oh, yeah,
now everybody's
it's
bitching
a
about
long tradition.
transgenders. Now, but everybody's always bitching about transgenders and stuff, and like you're like condoning freaking pantomime actors who dress up like women and shit.
And a lot of our pantomime tradition comes from, criticism of politics.
Oh, okay. So it could be true then that King James was gay.
Okay, I've not done the
Uh,
research enough. I've not
and
done
there
the research.
and there were rumors that he did sneak in, down so that he could be a part of the playhouses. He did enjoy going and listening
We're
to,
talking about Charles the First.
yeah, Charles, yeah. No, yeah, the one right after the revolution who actually,
Charles the Second.
yeah, yep.
Mm.
He actually, wait, no, hold up. Yeah, which I believe it was him. He was the one that wrote the King James, or helped, who was behind writing the King James version of the Bible.
So King James the
The first,
um
he would, I believe, he would have been either the brother or the son of Queen Mary.
la, 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 la.
Or nephew.
King James the Fifth.
Oh yeah,
Six,
the sixth.
I
Yep.
think. Oh, King James VI of Scotland before ascended to the English throne.
Yep. Now he was believed to have been gay, and he was known to sneak off to the playhouses so that he could watch Shakespeare.
Actually, technically, James the Sixth of Scotland, James Stuart. So it'd be James the First, King James the First. I think.
So, yeah, there
Yeah.
we go. It's official. King James was actually a homosexual, guys.
Okay. Again, we'd have to do some research in that.
I thought this was enough research. I thought that we had actually found concrete evidence to prove. Like,
I don't think you have.
okay, so let's continue with this video
Okay.
so that we can we can stay on task, because I know that drives you nuts when we don't stay on task.
Yeah, I would have to spend a couple hours doing some research.
Okay, here we go.
The head of state, as it were, of locking people down in terms of not just the pestilence, but also in terms of their usage of the internet. And it does seem like a lot of governments are overly concerned about this. Now, all this, again, is framed within the conversation of regulating destructive or negative aspects of the internet, above all prawn, but not just prawn, horrible, horrible websites where people say nasty things, that sort of thing as well. Now, I'm not personally some ultra freedom loving libertarian that thinks humans should be able to do anything and everything they want to do. That's not my view, and it's predicated on my general view of the human ape, in the sense that I think we're a bunch of stupid animals and we are not aware of most of the things we want or do. We're not privy to the inner workings of our mind, and we are very, very, very likely, in a general sense, to make stupid decisions. But There's a difference, in my view, between regulating something such as crack cocaine or some really powerful addictive narcotic that might help with pain or some issue like that, an opioid, for example, and regulating the internet in a similar fashion. Because ideally, you want as little regulation as possible, if only to allow humans to be able to engage in things they want to do, despite the things I mentioned. Yes, humans are stupid animals, we're stupid animals, but too many constraints don't make this animal particularly happy. But the difference, of course, is in the capacity for destructiveness. Certain types of narcotics, certain types of other things are so destructive you could make an argument for some kind of regulation. Although I know there will be people who will argue that all drugs should be legal and everything across the board should be legal no matter what. I'm not one of those people. This is not the time or place to discuss this. I'm
Regulation.
just mentioning the fact that I know that such people exist. But really what this is about ultimately is concern trolls and so-called Karens. And the government is an extension of this. There are various people, personages. For example, I mentioned her a few times, Louise Perry, who is a so-called maternal feminist. I'll talk more about that in a separate video. But she very much wants, for example, prawn to be regulated online and for
I'm not familiar
all
with that
sorts
name.
of websites related to such things to be regulated because she's very pro-female and she doesn't want the women to be hurt. But it goes well beyond just prawn. Again, that is the pretext for protecting children, allegedly. It's about regulating speech at the end of the day. It's about preventing people from saying things that are unsavory or, in the eyes of many people, untrue. The problem is, in my view at least, even if this were desirable, in the sense of making sure that everyone says, quote unquote, the right thing and everyone is, quote unquote, nice to each other, the internet is a vast, vast, vast place. And it's almost impossible to regulate it all. People will inevitably find corners of the internet where they can say what they want and not feel restricted in doing so. Now, to this end, they have considered, not said they're going to do it, they've considered even cracking down on VPNs. Ultimately, a big part of this is the anonymous nature of the internet, which a lot of people appreciate, myself included, because it allows people, in my view, to be more honest about their actual views of things. The idea, at least in the eyes of the Karens and the governments of the world who are going to participate in this, is that by forcing people to be themselves online, they will toe the line more and no longer speak the things that they would otherwise be inclined to speak. Basically, what they want to do is to turn the internet into a walking simulation of real life where you're generally just very constrained in everything you say. You almost never, in a real life situation, go to a public place, a restaurant, a cafe, a store, a shop, whatever it might be, and hear controversial things. No, it's boring platitudes, right? It's how is the weather? How is stuff at work? Oh, how is Susie doing? That's generally speaking the trend you'll observe in real life. And I'm pretty sure that's the intention here too. People are in a state of shock, it seems, and I think initially it was shock.
Now, for me, I personally don't agree with that because we were just having the conversation about bars. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to hear controversy, go to a freaking bar, dude. You know what I mean? You want to see a fat Eskimo puking on the bar, dude, freaking because she drank too much. Go to a freaking bar, you know. I mean, you're gonna see and hear so much stuff at a bar, and this like what he's saying there. First of all, people shouldn't be regulated. Period. When it comes to uh, like this kind of stuff, I don't think it's you. It's
Yeah,
just
but it's not really people being regulated. It's just these companies being regulated.
well that falls down to
I
us,
know
like
that's as semantics, but
you know, and it's like when you turn around and you look at the whole thing about this, like okay, um, first of all, when it comes to YouTube, all right, YouTube is notorious for censorship. Okay, and if you notice that after Donald Trump got into office, like they've been a lot more lenient on YouTube than what they've been before,
And I
previous.
believe that YouTube is one of the companies that are attempting to take the UK government to court over this. And I'm aware that there's potential legal action with Wikipedia and the UK government. Of course, this is early days, so information won't be provided. Because of the legal situation, we've got to be very careful what we say here. But we could see potential legal action by these big companies, by several big companies, and what is it? I know BitChute has did a preemptive sort of strike by restricting their content to UK, even before, or just as the act was being enforced. And I think potentially, I think, was it Signal as well? Did a preemptive sort of strike.
It's interesting. Now, I found the closest thing I found to what they're referring to with the word prawn is prawn has been a part of Australian slang since the 1890s. To call someone a prawn is to call them a fool or jerk.
Okay, I thought that was just a and by the way, your subtitles is my images hiding out the subtitles, but irrelevant. I thought that was just a mistranslation by the subtitles. I thought he was talking about porn.
Pawn. No, pawn. No,
Oh,
prawn.
Right. I noticed that subtitles had prawn, as
Now,
in shrimp.
yeah. Now, it's and it's also it's a fool, a jerk, an insignificant or objectionable person. So when he's saying prawn, removing prawn, he's talking about removing people who are being
No.
foolish, being
He was talking about porn. That was
no,
just a mistranslation from a
I
different title.
actually heard him say prawn, dude. Like it was actually in his word. Like that's what he was saying.
I heard as porn.
Now,
PAWN.
as pawn, maybe porn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's not English, dude. His voice is clearly American. We don't make mistakes.
American, US, or Canadian. I think he's Canadian.
We don't, we don't make like word errors like that. That's why English people do.
Sorry, I disagree.
You guys have like a horrible vocabulary.
I pick up on a lot of North American sort of poor or
Now, you're saying
let's
poor,
call it
right?
pigeon English.
You're saying poor, right? You're not saying prawn.
Pigeon English.
Porn.
I mentioned this. I pointed this out to you on several previous occasions. I think, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I the thing I think is the real issue with the whole regulation thing. Like people need to. Okay, getting back to YouTube. Okay, I think that the reason why they're lightening up is because freaking these governments have been funneling a shitload of money into shutting them up. You know what I mean?
Not only
Runs,
government. I wouldn't argue there's just government. I would also argue there's several NGOs as well.
and they're funneling it in, and they're saying, "Look, you get the payday as long as you shut people down." But now that that's stopped, they've decided that they're gonna discontinue that kind of behavior.
I disagree. I'm thinking of organisations such as in the UK, Hope Not Hate. What's the US equivalent to Hope Not Hate?
You know, this goes back to me in your
Yeah,
video game conversations, right? With
yeah,
Univision.
yeah. I would not. I argue that it's not that a lot of this is not directly related to government per se. I would argue that a lot of this is related to non-governmental organisations, charities, and
Yeah,
so
but
forth.
they're still influencing your state. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah,
still,
indeed, indeed.
you know what I mean? Like, and those regulations, okay? It's like whenever they went in and did this thing here in the United States, I thought that was a good thing because they were actually going in and they were doing an audit on where this money was going. And they came up on all of this crazy stuff, man, where freaking the United States was sending money over to freaking third world countries
Mm.
to freaking encourage transgenderism and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Or they're giving money to charitable institutions, which they legally can do. After
or
all, a percentage of taxpayer for the Western world, percentage of taxpayers' money go to charitable institutions, may they be 501s in the US or in various NGOs in Europe.
a lot of them were woke ideologies that they were
Yeah.
supporting too. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And was it? I mean, they were able to pull out like what, two, was it $2 billion worth of money, or it was more than that maybe. I know it
Well, at
was either,
least as reported by the press anyway.
yeah, $2 billion was the amount of money they were able to freaking find and pull out of that, uh, all of those government organizations. These were out of actual government organizations that were doing
Okay,
it.
so there are actual government organisations rather than non-governmental.
Yeah, they, you know,
organisations.
and I'm not going to say all of the $2 billion came from just those programs, because they also did audits on like the IRS and stuff too. But I bet you there was a whole bunch of money that came out of those organizations that supported these woke ideologies. You know what I mean?
Again, a lot of money is siphoned through NGOs, charitable
Oh yeah,
institutions.
most
So,
definitely.
and even in the US, there is a legal requirement that the government has to, the federal government has to provide percent or match a percentage of revenue to these NGOs.
Mm-hmm. I forgot to undo my mic on OBS, so at least they got to hear you talk. You know, now just so everybody knows, if you want to hear what we were just talking about, you can hear that on Rumble Studios. I've got two streams going at the same time, so if I accidentally or mute my mic on OBS, just switch over to the other stream that's going on, and you can hear me perfectly fine. Because I'm an idiot, and I apologize. Um, yeah, but yeah, that's one thing that I just really I don't agree with. I think they need to cut this regulation shit out. You know what I mean? And they're getting out of hand with it over.
He made he referred to this, and he's going to make a wider comment in a minute. But regulation, he goes down on the same points as I have done on previous occasions. Regulations are good as long as they are measured and as long as they are appropriate regulations. I mean, you do not want to find your grandmother being robbed by an organizer, or have all of her money be screwed by an organization. I mean, you don't in as an example, as we both see all the time, all these cryptocurrency scams.
Right.
So yeah, there needs to be a level of regulation there to protect
Well,
citizens, but
you
yeah,
know,
it has to be measured.
and the thing too, since you started talking all that, it need like when it comes to cryptocurrency and your grandma being catfished, uh, that needs to be dealt with through actual law enforcement, not through
Yeah,
other organizations. This, you know what I mean? Because that's something that's really being missed out on too. This is actually a situation where they're using, like you said, non-governmental organizations to take care of the job that the Justice Department or freaking the criminal department, and no matter what country, they should be the
mm,
ones taking care of it. You know what I mean? Like when your grandma gets freaking robbed over the internet, there should be a law enforcement officer knocking on somebody's door. Point blank.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I
When it
found
comes to
out.
it
I,
gets more complicated when it comes to the specific point of cryptocurrencies, because um, the individuals that are committing these crimes may not actually be within the jurisdiction of the local law enforcement.
well, don't they have like a police force that travels across international lines called
You've got
Interpol? Interpol. Interpol.
Interpol, yeah, but how effective are they?
That's my point. Let's,
And
let's,
also,
let's make let's make them.
how effective are they when it comes to relatively small
Let's make
criminal
them. Let's
activities?
let's make them freaking to where they're effective. You know what I'm saying? Interpol stands for International Police, and it's a cooperation between countries of police officers who do this stuff across borders. I'd rather a police officer be the one who has to dole out the justice rather than some bullshit freaking bureaucrat.
Also, we come into a different, into another situation where something might be illegal in, let's say, the UK, and maybe illegal in the US. I mean, um, this subject, as we're talking about at the present moment, is very obvious in relation to the First Amendment in the US.
Yep.
I mean, I believe that the UK government is trying to at least it's been reported that the US government would try to, or Ofcom, the Office of Communication, would try to prosecute US citizens and or US companies that for publishing content that within the US that could be reviewed by British citizens.
That's the reason why I want to actually do a serious video series about the dark web and everybody says dark web, but like actually get into what this whole term dark web really means, because
Yeah,
a lot of people have been really hoodwinked by this whole term dark web and what it
yeah, it's
really
the
is.
marketing term.
You know what I mean? So now, before we go on, let's step away and go get us some coffee, and I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll put on some more cool music, and we'll finish
We're
this
going to finish
video.
off this video
Do you
before
want?
we.
It's like 7 minutes before the second hour. We could do it. We could let it play actually, And then how long is it? How long do we have
Oh,
left? We got
oh,
6 minutes.
really, we really discussed the major points of the video anyway, so is it really relevant to play the rest of it?
Did we discuss the major
Yeah,
relevance?
the majority of the.
Now we could end this. We could just play it off in the second or the second hour with a cool freaking thing about the internet could be changing as we know it, and then we can go to break. I'll put on a song and we'll step away, okay? And no talking this time. I promise.
Again, if you remember YouTube.
But we've gotten used to it, many of us, that people are so candid and honest online. And I actually think that's a good thing.
Good. Don't talk.
Because how else will you shine a light on the actual truth of things? How else will you shine a light on what people actually feel and think? The reality is, and I've said this many times, prior to the internet, you couldn't learn about, for example, intersex relations. Not really. You only had a very vague compass to go off of, and this compass about men and women was largely predicated on platitudes. Now, you could make the argument that a lot of the manosphere is incorrect in the details and the data that they might spout, and that's probably true, especially these days. But the basic building blocks, the idea, for example, that there are important fundamental differences between men and women, that the relationship between men and women is often very tense and even hostile, that things are not as simple as fairy tales tend to paint and suggest, something that, like I said, used to be the standard breakfast you were fed when it came to relations between the sexes, just as an example. With the internet, that changed. That's why people like Lord Gilbert and other youngins know all this stuff right off the bat, whereas people like me, when I was his age, we didn't know jack squat about that because we couldn't know that stuff. It was simply inaccessible. The problem is simply that sometimes this knowledge comes at a price, at a cost, and this cost is that things become less pleasant. The underlying assumptions people have and how they interact with each other, these too become less pleasant. So you're faced with a choice fundamentally, I think, and that choice is pretty simple. It's basically go back to everyone playing super nice and pretending everything is X way and just not knowing certain things, which is the way a lot of people want it, including these governments, as well as the many Karens out there. Or you just kind of deal with things as best you can, given the state of affairs. I, for one, almost always prefer knowledge over nescience. Nescience is generally, in my view, a worse thing, for me at least. I prefer to know something, a horrific truth, and I have to say, in the course of the last decade or so, discovered many horrific truths, indeed horrific truths about my very genetics and my health. But I would prefer knowing these things, ultimately, to just not knowing any of this and blithely parading through life as if everything is perfectly fine and hunky-dory. But obviously, this is just my opinion, my view, my personal inclination, and my personal feelings. A lot of people don't feel this way, which is the reason why a lot of people support these efforts to constrain and to, quote unquote, regulate the internet. I don't think, as I said at the beginning, regulation is in itself a bad thing necessarily. It just depends on what it is and the degree of it. So basically, if they manage to get this stuff through, and then, of course, other governments follow suit, including, of course, as well, the American government and potentially even Canadian government, then you might have the situation where anything that's relevant on social media will require a photo ID, real information, real name, profession, who knows what else, in order to sort of verify your existence. And the problem here is, again, to the extent that this succeeds, you are fundamentally trapped in a situation where everyone is going to go back to just pretending things are a certain way when it's just evidently not the case. And I also think that beyond the things I've mentioned, this is very much a situation of the toothpaste being out of the tube at the end of the day. The internet has been around for a while, and in terms of internet time, it's been around for centuries. The acceleration you've noticed between, say, the past 30 years and the past 50 years, it's enormous. The internet has only been around for roughly 30 years, give or take. And The internet in the last 5 years versus the first 5 years is crazy. You just have to acknowledge that. So, maybe they'll succeed at various things and to varying degrees, and maybe some people will get their wish, but I just don't see this necessarily turning into a good thing because, again, personally, I value knowing things, I value free exchange, even if it's unpleasant, rather than just sort of faking niceties. And on top of that, there's just sort of basic things that people are interested in sometimes. And one final concern I have here, unfortunately, is government overreach. And that's just a fact when it comes to this stuff. You know, as I said, the idea of regulation itself is not theoretically a bad thing. It's just who's doing the regulation, what are the intentions, and are the intentions good, and to what degree can they even implement good intentions? I just don't trust, in the current state of affairs, large scale governments to do these things well and to have good intentions, especially when we observe the other things they're doing, which are absolutely harmful to the population. Among some of these things being the complete abandonment of some of the populations they are sworn to protect and help, to opioids and drugs, the support of illegal mass and criminal immigration across the board in various places, whether it's Europe or North America. And it just doesn't seem like they have good intentions at the end of the day. And intentions actually matter. So, although, like I said, this will nominally please the Karens and the few people who really think we should go back to a tea and crumpets, everyone's nice to each other era, which, by the way, will never work because the cat is out of the bag, I just don't see this turning out well. But what can I do at the end of the day? I'm a nobody. So there's that. Just my 2 cents, gentlemen. Hope you're doing all okay. Anyway, as always, thank you for tuning in. Many special thanks to my very generous patrons on Patreon and donors on PayPal. You guys.
Okay, so that was cool. But we are going to wait until after we have our cool break and come back and we'll have a conversation about that. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I know that the subtitle behind you was really, really annoying you. You need to step away. 'Cause-
No.
did you realize too that there was no way of actually fixing that?
Actually, you could have moved my image out of the way, or I believe that YouTube allows you to reposition the subtitles anyway.
No,
I
you know.
think. Or
And
maybe I'm using a third party extension on my browser, so that might be it.
now, well, actually, you could have closed out your video sharing too, I guess, but
Hmm.
that's about it. And there's no big deal about it because
Hmm.
freaking I was doing screen share and what I was using was actually the Chrome tab, so the audio may have gone through on that, so which is cool. So I'm not quite sure on that if the audio for the video went through or not. But anyway, you look at it, it's cool that it was actually able to do that. So if it did. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away. We're going to come back. We'll start hour two after this radio break. And I'm going to put one on OBS like before. And uh, we'll be back. I'm going to mute out just so the background audience sound audio of me moving around doesn't come through.
Good
But
idea.
um, we're not going to share any kind of music with uh, YouTube and Kick and all them because they suck. If you know what I mean. If you want to hear music, you have to be on the live stream here on Rumble, and it doesn't not the one from Rumble Studio, but the one that's being directly live streamed on the Rumble itself. So with that, I'm gonna mute out, put some music on, and go get some coffee, and maybe smoke a cigarette, eat like a 3-course meal, um, talk to a few people, maybe walk around the block a few times. I'll
Okay.
be back, guys.
When stars align, we feel the spark. A love so bright, it lights the dark. No barrier can keep us apart. In this dance, we've made our mark. We've got that quantum bind, a love through space and time.
You're capturing your screen on YouTube.
Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid. A force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo,
Can you actually hear the music?
I find my peace.
Huh?
In the silence of your
Just Ed with it.
presence, love won't cease.
You are capturing your screen on YouTube.
Okay. So you can't hear the audio?
Love's gravity pulling, despite
No, I can hear the audio, no, but you are capturing what you're doing on the screen.
I know.
in your
I'm experimenting for the last part of the music, so
Okay.
that way all
That's the
those.
idea.
Well, I mean, so that all the cool people can actually hear awesome and amazing music brought to you by Live with Roger Hanson and donated to us by Dragus Production, Mark Potashik from Dragus Production, ladies and gentlemen, and his beautiful interpretation of Kicks or some
Lights and skies, they glide at night. No explaining, hearts are racing, chasing shadows, thrills in flight, hovering, unseen trace. Lights fueled by mystery.
That's better.
there we go. I have to go ahead and mute that out, and then I will stop sharing that. Now, we watched the end of that last episode, or that last stream that we did before we stepped away. You got any final thoughts on what they were talking about right there?
Like I said before, a certain amount of regulation is necessary, but as long as it's measured and appropriate, which obviously the UK Online Safety Act is anything but appropriate. I mean, couple points that you probably not have heard about is that there is a point in section 180 of the Act that actually talks about what's the word in about limiting access to any commentary in relation to the migration issues at the moment.
That too. It came out on there, and it seems to be a real big hot topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also, as we both know, the UK Labour government is trying to push for the idea of voting, or 16-year-old voting. But to access this sort of information, well, in theory, you would have to be 18. So the argument is that if you can't access this information, then how can you make a fair? How can you base? What can you base your views on? What can you base your you're not getting a fair sort of overall viewpoint.
Yeah. Well, the thing that really is sticking out to me on all of that is the verification shit. You know what I mean? Like, especially on YouTube now, they're really trying to push this whole ID, using ID on the internet with a flat phone, photo recognition, not recognition app that you can get put on your phone, to where you just take the ID and you put it up next to it, and it photo verifies it. You know, and I find that disturbing. That's also the reason why I don't go on freaking Telegram, because they're doing it. This supposed anonymous, you know, hidden away from freaking people snooping on you program or platform. It's telling me that I need to verify with a freaking phone number every single time I go into it. You know what I mean?
Okay,
And
couple points on that. In These companies have offices in Europe, in the EU. They are regulated by the EU EEA, General Data Protection Regulation. Therefore, if that data is being misused, then they're subject to legal proceedings. But there was an argument a couple of years ago in relation to mines, where it was suggested that some sort of identification, photo ID, or government paperwork, or government identity would be provided to mines. But because mines.com is not a not Mines Inc. is hasn't got offices in the EA. They're not subject to, well, in theory they're not. In theory, they are subject to EEA, GDPR, because of Article 3, which states that any company is subjected, irrelevant if they've got offices within the EEA. But I don't think this part of the law has been tested, and it's in my view, it's going to be impossible to actually push on, because again, if you got a company in the US and you haven't got offices in a European jurisdiction, what is a European enforcement agency going to do?
yeah, I mean,
It's going to extradite you. That's going to have to require a US judge to sign off on.
right. And well, I mean, the only thing I can see that they could possibly be able to do is, if they have the technology to do it, is to prevent that internet platform from being viewed in their country. But I don't even know if they possibly even have that kind of technology, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, you can restrict based upon the DNS, the domain names system.
Just well, I guess that would make sense too, because like with certain cryptocurrencies, you're not allowed to even go on their websites.
Yeah. Look at the Chinese so-called Great Firewall project.
Yeah. Well, that there's that one I was talking about. What was it? It's not BitShoot. It's not Bitcoin. It's um, Bit something Bit. But
Yeah, I can't remember. I know you're talking about, but you can still access their website. You can still access their front end.
yeah, they just won't allow you to purchase any of their cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah. But that's related to banking infrastructure, isn't it? That's somewhat different. But
with crypto.
look at North Korea. North Korea has restricted their internet access dramatically, and you can't access from North Korea. There is European or North American sites.
I want to say thanks to Dragus Production on D Live for giving us a ice cream.
But my original, I think I went down a bit of a tangent then. My original point was if those well, there's 2 points there. If the companies are forcing users to agree to their terms of services, which may not be compliant with European jurisdiction legislation. I mean, the entire arbitration clause technically dependent on specific situation could not be legal within, let's say, the UK. I can't think of, I've thought about this in relation to mines. They've got their own arbitration process, but in certain circumstances they may demand arbitration, but as a British citizen, they can't force that on me, and I could take them to court for specific reasons.
Well, you want to hear my take on it, and I know you'll go against this, maybe. I don't know, but I say go ahead and freaking block mines from being able to be seen in Europe. You know what I mean? If Mines doesn't want to cooperate with the regulations that are set down by the EU, block them. Same thing goes with the United States. If the EU wants to impose regulations on people here in the United States that is constitutionally illegal according to our freaking laws, then we need to block your guys' garbage from freaking being allowed into our country. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll see how freaking great the EU actually is. Let's see them talk whenever they stop losing, or when they start losing revenue from the internet because freaking they don't want to comply with the U.S. Constitution.
And but they wouldn't be losing revenue. They would only be losing revenue if those companies have their offices situated in their jurisdiction.
No, I mean, literally the broadcast. No, your platform in the EU is no longer allowed.
If you haven't got an office in, let's say, the EU, as your example is, then what sort of taxation, what sort of revenue is the governmental body receiving?
No, I mean, listen, I'm talking about, well, even if they do have offices here, what happens is this, okay? If they want to impose laws that go against the United States Constitution on the internet, then we say, look, we don't want your service here. We make it to where they can't freaking even have their platforms being seen here in the United States. and then we tell their offices it's time for you to get the hell out of our country and freaking go. So we just send them on their way.
So you're saying now the government is now in making unfair demands upon individual companies.
No, they're making, these platforms are making unfair demands upon people when it comes
if you're a company, let's say if you are
their rights.
Well, see, YouTube LLC, and you've got offices in the UK, then you're under UK jurisdiction and therefore UK legislation.
Right. Now, if the UK has laws that YouTube is going against, then YouTube shouldn't be freaking seen in the UK until they comply to those laws.
Or the laws are overturned, or there's some legal precedent.
Exactly. But in the beginning, freaking, if they don't comply to them, then they don't get to see freaking or have anything to do with YouTube within the UK. And the same goes for the EU. Okay. And it's vice versa. If there's things that freaking is going on in England, or that laws that are being pushed on people here in the United States from England and the EU that go against our laws, then we shouldn't be seeing platforms that are pushing those laws here in the United States. You see what I mean? And if they want to continue to push those laws here in the United States, and they freaking have offices here in the United States, we say, look, you take your office and you hit the road.
Wouldn't that be government overreach?
If they're actually standing up for constitutional government, our rights according to the Constitution of the United States, then they're doing the right thing. Okay, that's what the government is.
Open market, isn't free and open market a sort of fundamental point of the US?
It's free and open market whenever freaking we aren't being forced to follow laws that are outside of our government.
When you could say that about Huey, Hawaii, Huey. But again, we've gone off on a tangent.
That's my original. That's my take.
My original we were originally talking about identification. Let's say I provide my identification to Minds Inc. What is and that was the argument I made some time ago. How do I know that the Minds Inc. is protecting my data, is storing my data in a correct method, in a secure method? What about things like data retention?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I don't trust that either. And you know, the one thing you keep failing to mention too, okay, it's not just Minds, okay.
I'm only using Minds.
Well, I mean,
Minds Inc.
Or even these platforms or businesses either. Okay, do you really want freaking the government to have freaking open access to your information, who you are, your information? Do you want the government itself to have that information? Are you okay with that?
The thing is, the government,
as long as it's being used for the specific purpose that I provided it to them for.
Right. Now hold on, Mr. Robot's here. There's
a nuanced argument.
We can hear like a little flutter of like you're sitting in a freaking vacuum tunnel.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? Just turning my mic up.
It's better now, but you got like a static background.
Okay, I'll move my speaker.
That's usually the
So
problem.
the thing is, the government already has all your information, but the problem is they want to tie that information to everything you search online, everything you say online, everything you think. And the problem with that is, how do we know the government's not going to come after you when you say something inconvenient, not necessarily illegal? So, like you can see in the UK right now, they're attacking people for all sorts of stuff that they post online, including, criticizing rape gangs, criticizing foreign policy, criticizing immigration, all this kind of stuff, which really just stifles free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of like political discussion, all because the government is afraid of their people, of dissidents or whatever, and they'll find any excuse to just basically lock us down, and make us do whatever they want. And this is getting worse by the day, mind you, as like tracking, tracing, controlling gets better. China's rolling out robot AI, cops that are armed now, drones, all sorts of shit. So I just think we're in a really dangerous spot right now where people can't allow their freedoms to be taken away like this. So
Okay. In that case, within I use the UK as a good example because that's the situation I'm in. There are legislation is regulated, so legislation has to bills have to be approved by both those of Commons and House of Lords, so the upper and lower houses, and there are courts set precedents. So and legislation could be overturned. So we have certain safety nets as such.
yeah, but the problem is those safety nets aren't always working because politicians are greedy bastards, and we're up against the most powerful lobbies in the world, including, people like George Soros and the Open Society NGOs and stuff like that they create, including military lobbies, including, foreign national lobbies like the Israel lobby.
Legislation is created by government, not created by foreign lobbies. The foreign lobby
money talks louder than people
lobbyists
do.
could actually influence the legislation, but lobbies do not create legislation.
No. Well, I don't know actually.
Well, I mean, I've heard of a group.
ChatGPT these days.
You guys keep saying Soros, but let's call it what it really is. Let's call it a lobbying group called APAC. The most
Well, that's what I was getting at. That's
most powerful freaking. That's the most powerful lobbyist groups in the world. You guys know that, don't you?
Yeah. It's called something else here, but we have like at least 2 or 3 of them here, different ones from Israel.
Well, APAC is more of like the United States actually profits more off of APAC than what Israel does, and people don't understand that.
Well, they're spending the money, but in the end, how much money is the U.S. given to Israel as aid money every year?
I would actually say it's a mutual trade because like there's things that we trade through Israel that we're not legally allowed to trade because we're supposed to have embargoes against Iran for one thing. We're supposed to have certain embargoes against China. There was certain embargoes that we had against frickin' Russia as well. But see, it's okay for Israel to trade with China and Russia on these certain items that we're not allowed to trade with them. You see what I mean? So what we do is we trade it to Israel, and then Israel takes that and they trade it to those countries, and then it's vice versa. So we're using Israel as a trading point to where we can get what we want without actually breaking our laws.
Yeah, the same
Okay.
argument.
I'm reading here that the United States provides Israel 3.8 billion per year for over 10 years, so it'll be 38 billion in total.
Well,
as just aid.
In trade or
It's really like military
foreign aid?
Is that in trade or foreign aid?
Foreign aid, well, which is really like missiles and shit, you know? Because like we desperately need military missiles.
Now, you got to understand too that
that's totally a commercial thing. I mean, I think if I'm remembering correctly, Israel is the biggest grower and biggest distributor of artichokes.
Artichokes.
I guarantee you some of that money goes right back to the US to bribe the politicians to keep doing it. You know?
And let me also put things into perspective for you too. We were just talking about what Elon Musk did with this government audit, and he pulled $2 billion out of the freaking government alone because of useless programs. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about $3 billion to Israel, where they're using $2 billion here in the United States on just useless programs that aren't really helping people. You know what I mean? So, so like $3 billion is nothing to the United States.
Yeah. That's just When we're talking about that sort of money, it's not.
Yeah, but
it's changed down the back of the sofa.
It kind of is actually, because you guys are going into debt faster than I can count at this point.
Well, you know, things are changing, dude. We've got this new thing. It's called the freaking External Revenue Service, and we're gonna get all that money back from you guys through tariffs.
You may.
Well, so they say.
Yeah, you may.
Because we're sick of you bastards coming over here and taking advantage of us like you have been. We're bringing it back to the United States. The greatest.
Crap. If anything, I've benefited the United States. They make sure you got money in your account and you're going to spend it in the U.S.
The greatest nation in the world.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Rome clapped in the 5th century.
Rome.
History tends to repeat itself.
Let me put it to you this way: Rome ain't got nothing on us.
Okay. Remember, Britain up to, let's say, the 1950s, owned a quarter of the world, or so now 1/3 of the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm just, I'm not really saying that. I'm not saying that like Rome is a good example. You know what I mean? Like, freaking Rome really wasn't all that great. Everybody loves Rome, but they were actually scumbags. The best thing that ever happened to England was the fact that freaking their country was too far for freaking Rome to actually take all of it, so they had to build a wall, because that was like the outskirts of freaking the outer boundaries of the Roman Empire, and they were afraid of it.
Roger, check out that website I sent on the chat. At the moment, the US is doing a little bit better than last time I checked. It's only going up by $100,000 a second in debt.
They slowed down, huh?
Yeah.
Now, do you put that inside of the chat in Elements?
In Rumble.
Oh, in Rumble. Okay, cool. Let me. I've got to switch over to the actual chat. All right.
Ignore the first message. That was just some spam.
Okay, so
the deficit is only growing by 1,000. Well, 10,000 is just under 10,000 a second.
Pot,
Somewhere
pot,
it tells you the what do you call it? The interest you have to pay on the debt.
all I see is the ultimate upgrade, the Ponzi scheme, and the divided dollar. Only
I
from
don't know what that means.
only
Sounds
sounds pretty
Let me
nefarious.
download it. It's a PDF.
U.S. debt clock. There we go. 3,000 live
I think
stats.
it's actually
Oh my goodness. Oh my
the
goodness.
e-money revolution, Den of Thieves, Tally System, Bank of England. Okay, so it tells you the worst money systems in the world.
Uh-huh. It's actually pretty cool. I like that, dude.
It's kind of trippy.
All I got to
Guys are
do,
onto it.
all I got to do though, is make sure that I don't click on that kind of stuff, so because I don't want no downloads from no crazy, no crazy freaking organizations that's gonna steal my identity through.
I just want this thing to go away so I can see what's underneath the bloody thing.
Well, just right there in the background. It's right there in the background now. I got it all set up, looking cool. So you're good to go, man. You're good to go.
Can you see it? Okay. Well,
So-
it's in the background. That's the problem. Somewhere there, I think it's actually under the bloody banner. Total interest. Now, see, we can't see exactly what that number says. Is it a trillion or is it a billion?
Accurate with the data.
That is.
But my point is, like, when that total interest paid
It's
ticket
37
goes
trillion.
up,
37 trillion.
Yeah,
yeah,
sounds
if
about
it goes
accurate,
up
yeah.
higher.
Yeah.
No, that's the debt, but like there's a certain amount of interest you have to pay on that debt because it's actually borrowed money, theoretically. And when that interest level goes up too high or higher than the country is producing in a year, you can get into a situation where you can have like runaway interest, runaway
Yeah,
inflation.
Interest versus GDP. Yeah, and I can't remember the.
Yeah, you'll get into a situation where everyone's going to dump the bonds on the US dollar, which will take that foreign debt owed by, what is it? US debt held by foreign countries. It'll make that go down really quickly. And that'll be a situation where the dollar becomes bloody worthless. And that will be a bad thing for everyone. Party's over.
Because all other countries are based upon the US.
We will go from a type 0 civilization to a -1 civilization.
Well, see, the thing about this though is it's like this all looks cool and everything, but it's also biased, and you can tell that because if you look at it, it says that the largest budget items is Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Now these are the two things that the conservatives are not even conservatives, but the Republicans are attacking right now, and I'm being real lenient by calling them Republicans. Okay, now anybody in the United States knows that the largest freaking thing that's draining freaking people when it comes to the budget is education. Okay, education is. Yeah, it is. More Americans are in debt because of education.
What about civil service pensions?
Medicare in 2024
pensions
was
is a good.
$912
That's a good
billion.
call. That actually is a
So
good
it's
call.
almost the size of the military budget, which is $1 trillion.
You got to understand one thing about. Well, okay, when you say pensions, we're talking Social Security right there. Okay,
Yeah, civil. That's why it's mentioned specifically civil service pension.
The deal about that is see, that is not government. Okay, that's not government money. That's money that people have paid into the federal government specifically for Social Security. Okay, like you get taxed on the state level and the federal level, but then they have freaking the taxes that go specifically for freaking Social Security.
Again, you're misusing the term government money.
Well, not here in
Again,
here,
there is no
here,
such thing as
United
government
States.
money.
Here in the United States is the proper term.
It's still taxpayers' money. It's still being provided by taxpayers.
Well, who do you think gives the money to your state? Do you think the state just pulls money out of its asshole and it's
Well, quantitative easing is
Yeah, I'm sorry. If your money is
mentioned
not in your hand, it's not your money.
yeah.
but it is not government money.
I mean,
Well,
seriously,
it's in the control of the government. So
The government facilitating the spending of.
how is your state facilitating money, Mr. Edworthy? How is your state?
Taken, B, loans which would later on be paid back through taxation. C, quantitative easing measures, so just printing money out of thin air.
So
I've got a question for you, Mark. Whose will does the government enact by giving out the money? Your will or their own will?
In theory, the government. Well, if you make the argument that the government is made by the people for the people, that argument, then it is the public. It's a citizen.
Well, I'm not making that claim. You are. I'm saying the government's running autonomously, and it gives us bread and circuses to make us believe that we are in control, when in fact,
are they not?
The government is run by all sorts of different agendas that don't include
members of parliament not elected by the people. Are they not?
Look at the US, for example, right now, right?
Hold up.
Tulsi Gabbard's just come out and said that the US election was totally manipulated. They basically put Biden in place. Hillary
Tulsi,
and them did it.
I'll let that slide.
Obama
I'll let that
authorized it.
slide because Tulsi Gabbard's hot. But other than that, let me ask you to.
Well, she's the head of, like, supposedly the greatest intelligence apparatus the world's ever seen. So, I mean, her word isn't worth nothing.
Now, hold on a minute. Let me ask you two a question because this is important, and I've never asked you this, and I should have because you're both foreigners and stuff. So, being illegal aliens, or no, just immigrants, just immigrants from another despicable low-rate country that's not the United States.
Another low-wage country that is not the United States. So
let's not get confused by the topic. Okay. Now, this is in all seriousness. This is a question that's important, and I want to ask both of you this: do they take money out of your paychecks and give it to the government?
No, they don't give it to the government. They
or to the state.
To the state, yeah.
Okay.
I think that here they take it out of your paycheck for your own superannuation, but you have to voluntarily pay the money as taxes to the state. They don't actually automatically take it at this point, as far as I'm aware.
National insurance. What's the Australian version of the UK's national insurance?
What are you insuring?
Good question. I have no clue. That's the first thing popped in my head when you said that. I was like, "Are you serious? They are telling you that they're insuring you for something?" Dude?
National insurance is the tax that is paid by an employee to the state for the provisions of.
Oh, we have a goods and services tax on
Yeah,
stuff. So
value
I
add
don't know.
good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, is that when you buy items, or is that coming
yeah,
out of
that's
your?
it's slightly more expensive when you buy items. I think.
So that's coming
Only
out of
certain items.
that's coming out of items that you're buying. It's not coming out of your check.
Hmm.
You see, that's
Yes,
that's
right.
the proper way of taxing. If you're living in a constitutional government, it should be coming out of the items that you're buying and the stuff that you're selling. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be coming out of your paychecks.
But here's the tax they don't tell you about, Roger, is we basically elect governments based on what they run on, right? But then when they get into office, they end up printing more money than they said they would, and they end up spending like drunken sailors, which means they're really taxing future citizens to pay back that money, and by inflating the currency. So they make the purchasing power of the currency less against the goods. So you end up having to pay more in the future for everything. And that's the hidden tax.
Yeah. Specific food stuff and essential goods.
And this could be actually something that cryptocurrencies in the future will improve society with, is smart contracts where we can have like politicians set guidelines or rules set in stone that they will do, and if they don't abide by like they basically have to abide by those smart contracts before they're even elected. That would be ideal.
There is an argument to say that mandates if at election time, if the government doesn't do what they mandated to do within the manifesto, then there's a idea of bringing the government to task, but manifestos are not really promises, but are not promises. If that makes sense.
It kind of makes sense.
More suggestions.
It's kind of like the IRS is a freaking voluntary tax. A voluntary tax system. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to pay the taxes. You don't have to. It's just voluntary. If you don't have to do that, but that goes back to the old days, back when the tax man used to go knocking door to door wanting your tax money. That wasn't a voluntary system. That was pay your taxes or you go to jail right here and now. You know what I mean? Or we steal your chickens and your tractor and everything, and because the king wants his share. But now,
that's what in your principle, what would the Inland Revenue Service, U.S. Inland Revenue Services do if you didn't pay your tax?
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's voluntary not to pay it, but the consequences of not paying it isn't your choice. You see what I mean? That's when the king comes collecting. That's when they start stealing your cars and your chickens and your land.
Well, you can make that argument about any activity. It's voluntary that you are going to murder somebody, but if you murder somebody, there's a consequence to that action.
I mean, we could debate on that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's.
I heard a little bit about this from someone who knows a lot about it, where in the U.S. it's only when you're in the District of Columbia, or sorry, in the wherever the White House is. I can't remember what they call it. Washington D.C. area. Yeah. That's the only place where you have to pay taxes because they're I don't know, like a different legal status. Everywhere else, it's sort of like voluntary, but people forgot that it's voluntary, so everyone just pays it, and it's sort of become like a culture now of like people paying it. And now, based on that, they've sort of started enforcing it through the IRS that people pay it, even though they're not really meant to, or something like that, right?
Well, the thing is there's real consequences. Okay, like you can go to prison. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. And it's supposed to be voluntary, and you can voluntarily choose not to pay your taxes, but understand that
If you know
after
the law well enough, you can defend yourself because it is actually
Right.
illegal what they're doing.
matter of fact, your buddy Alex Jones knows a lawyer that's really an expert at that kind of litigation down in Texas.
Yeah,
he-
Bill
long
Cooper
time.
used to do it as well. He lived in Arizona, and he used to run like workshops on it back in the day.
Now, this guy is the one who actually represented frickin' MC Hammer, and there was another guy he represented too. I believe MC Hammer went to prison though eventually, didn't he?
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they stole his golden toilet and everything, dude. Went into his mansion, cleared it out, everything because of taxes. But I think he got Willie Nelson off.
No.
Look.
Look,
Huh?
MC Hammer didn't go to prison.
Was
He
his name
faced severe
Daphne?
financial difficulties in the 1990s, including filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 1996 due to overspending and business mismanagement. But these issues did not result in criminal charges or imprisonment. Since then, he has rebuilt his career through music, blah, blah, blah.
Talking about MC Hammer or Willie Nelson?
MC Hammer, Stanley Kirk Burrell. Really?
Yes. So he was the attorney that was responsible for getting him off of the
No,
charges?
that's MC Hammer's actual name.
Okay,
MC
so-
Hammer is obviously their name is.
So they went in and they took everything. I thought he actually served some time in jail or prison, but the guy that I'm talking about, who Alex Jones did an interview with a while back, actually talked to him, and he was the one that represented him. It was pretty interesting, but what you said there is true. Like if you have the proper representation, man, you can get off on it, but it's going to take you money. Don't try to go into no courthouse defending yourself when it comes to these things, 'cause you will lose miserably. They will bury you, dude.
Unless you are.
Well, yeah, I don't trust the U.S. justice system as far as I can throw it. Just every day there's a new scandal.
So now I'm gonna try something. Okay, I'm gonna try to get in another cool freaking music segment that we can take a break on, because it's again.
Yeah, I just
at the
woke
third.
up. I need a coffee. But hey, before
Go
we
get
go, I just want to tell you guys. I think I told Mark. I'm not sure, but did you see this thing about Trump launching nuclear submarines to Russia? Like,
Okay, hold on. When we come back, we're going to be on new topics, and we can talk. We've already got one crazy Trump story that's coming up, so let's hold off. And I'm making an entire section in these topics, and it's going to be called "Mr. Robot's Crazy Shit." All dedicated to you, Mr. Robot.
like, ding, ding, ding! It's time for Mr. Robot's crazy shit.
I've got like 15 topics lined up, okay? And there were 20 before I started, all right?
Hey, you're not even part of my conspiracy channel. It could be 200.
It's like, oh my God. So I went through, I got those already, and we're going to be getting to them, but it's going to be in systematic freaking row. Like we'll come back, we'll get into it, because there's some other cool stuff too that you brought up on there that we'll be talking about. So let me do the music, we'll come back
Okay.
and we'll
I'll see you guys soon.
All right. You don't have to leave, by the way. Just if you want to, mute out. And
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'll be back.
all right. And I will put some music on for you guys to enjoy.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles
Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now now decode the ruins. Their psalms etched in stone, a star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled, Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Blood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. In 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how came a pyramid ode? The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, depths, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode, as above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode, conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepi dawn when gods walked as king, left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tailor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, the truth's a spiral, eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're the gods we've been missing.
Okay, we've liberated we've liberated Mark from his
Sorry.
We've
I was just
liberated.
going to say, sorry, I was going to say thank you for referencing my Minds post. Just one minor point, your YouTube reference, there's no space between the title and the URL.
Oh, that's fine. It's got it designated where you can click on it, and it'll take you straight. Oh, Mr. Robot,
Mr. Robot, do something about your
move those speakers or something. That's horrible.
Is it still echoing?
It's really
It is.
bad. It's not. It's
Well, I haven't even changed my settings. That's
it's not. There you go. It's not an echo. It's more like a. It's picking up on freaking white noise.
yeah.
feedback.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
Is this better?
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's much better. Much better.
Okay.
Now,
I think it just takes a while for Rumble's noise cancelling to kick in or something.
I don't
Okay.
understand that. It should be doing it, and it just never does it.
I think it's because it's a Bluetooth speaker, maybe.
You know, it could be.
Is your mic, hasn't your microphone got some sort of hardware noise cancellation on it? Or if you're using post audio, the Pipewire framework, that's got noise cancellation.
Well, even on this stream right here, like I have options in there that has echo cancellation and noise cancellation, and it still doesn't. It's not working.
I mean, this mic I'm using now has got hardware noise cancellation on it.
Oh, you got a fancy little suit microphone there now, mate.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah, I've been using this one for ages.
Yeah,
I reckon Mark should be a politician, eh?
he'd
Or
be
some kind of salesman. Like,
he'd be a good politician. I think he would be. I think he would be good. Now, before you start making any more comments, Mark and Mr. Robot, I want to go ahead and officially say this in words on the stream about the Online Safety Act repeal. Okay. Now, Mark Edworthy posted this up, and I want to uh, make a verbal comment about it. Now, it's for I guess it's for people who are involved with the UK and the colonies like Australia and everything, right?
Well,
Yeah. I mean, it's coming to a country near you if they get their way. You know?
I don't know if people in the United States can do it, but it's a petition that's being put out to repeal the Online Safety Act. The UK government and Parliament petitions is what it is.
I believe it's ended. I did receive an email just yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, it was Thursday, actually, which states, and I quote, no, the government has responded to the petition you signed, and the government's response is the government is working with Ofcom, the Office of Communication, to ensure that online in-scope services are subject to robust but proportional regulation through the effective implementation of the Online Safety Act 2023. I would like to thank all those who signed the petition. It is right that the regulatory regime for in-scope online services take a proportional approach, balancing the protection of users from online harms with the ability for low-risk services to operate and provide benefits to users. The government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act and is working closely with Ofcom to implement the Act as quickly and effectively as possible to enable UK users to benefit from its protections. Proportionately is a core principle of the Act and is inbuilt into its duties as regulatory for the online safety regime. Ofcom must consider the size and risk level of different types of and kinds of services when recommending steps providers can take to comply with requirements. That sentence is really poor. Duties in the Communication Act 2003, that's a typo, 2023 I should say, require Ofcom to act proportionately and target actions only where it is needed. Some duties apply to all users to all user-to-user and search services in scope of the Act. These include risk assessments, including determining if children are likely to access the service, and if so, assessing the risk of harm for children. While many services carry low risk of harm, the risk assessment duties are key to ensuring the risky services of all sizes do not slip through the net of regulation. For example, the government is very concerned about small platforms that host harmful content, such as forums dedicated to encouraging suicide or self-harm. Exempting small services from the Act would mean that services like these forums would not be subject to the Act enforcement powers. Even forums that might seem harmless carry potential risks, such as where adults came into contact with child users. Once providers have carried out their duties to conduct risk assessments, they must protect the users of their service from identified risk of harms. Ofcom's illegal content code of practice set out recommended measures to help providers comply with these obligations, measures that are tailored in relation to both size and risk. If a provider's risk assessment accurately determines that the risk faced by users are low across all harms, Ofcom codes specify that they only Ofcom code specifies that they only need some specified measures, including easy to find, understandable terms and conditions, a complaint tool that allows users to report illegal material when they see it, backed up by a process to deal with those complaints, the ability to review content and take it down if it is illegal or breaches the terms of service. A specified individual responsible for compliance who Ofcom can contact if needed. Where children's it's quite a long one.
You're gonna choke to death if you continue.
I've still got 4 paragraphs to go here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. That was funny. It just started going downhill, dude.
Where a children's access assessment indicates a platform is likely to be accessed by children, a subsequent risk assessment must be conducted to identify measures for mitigating risks, like the code of practice on illegal content. Ofcom recently issued child safety codes, also tailor recommendations based on risk level. Whoever wrote this needs a lesson in English. For example, high effective age assurance is recommended for services like accessed by children that do not that do not already prohibit and remove harmful content such as pornographic and suicide promotion. Providers of services likely to be accessed by UK children were required to complete their assessment, which Ofcom may request by July or 24th of July. On 8th of July, Ofcom CEO wrote to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, noting Ofcom's responsibility for regulating a wide range of highly diverse services, including those run by businesses, but also charities, community and voluntary groups, individuals, and many services that have not been regulated before. The letter notes that the Act's aim is not to penalise small, low-risk services trying to comply in good faith. Ofcom and the government recognises that many small services are dynamic small businesses supporting innovation and other significant value to the communities. Ofcom will take a sensible approach to enforcement with small services that present low risk to UK users, only taking action where it is proportionate and appropriate, and will focus on cases where the risk and harm. Where the risk and impact of harms is highest. Ofcom has developed an extensive program of work designed to support a smoother journey to compliance, particularly for small firms. This has been underpinned by interviews, workshops, and research with a diverse range of online services to ensure the tools meet the needs of different types of services. Ofcom's letter notes its guidance, full service guidance, and tools. And Ofcom letter notes its guide for services, guidance, and tools hub. So a unit called the guide for services and services guidance and tools, and its participants in events by other organisations and networks, including those for people running small services, as well as its commitment to review and improve materials and tools to help support services to create a safer life online. The government will continue to work with Ofcom towards the full implementation of the Online Services 2023, including monitoring proportionate implementation, and it was signed off by the Department for Science, Innovation and Technologies.
Oh yeah, well,
so it's a lot of marketing BS, really.
When I hear that, what I hear is a direct attack on video gamers. To be honest with you,
game space.
A lot of the networks that they're talking about involves gamers and streamers that are gamers. I seen a video. I think one of you guys posted it where it was a video gamer who was talking about this stuff. And
that's your interpretation.
I really see that.
Not actually talk about any specific sector.
Yeah, networks that cater to children. What networks would that possibly be, or platforms?
As you know, I've done 2 reviews for in relation to Mine's terms of service agreement. One back in 2019, and I think one in 21. And I was reviewing this just yesterday. In both reviews, I pointed out that they make a both the previous terms of service and the current terms of service makes a provision for users of age of from the age of 13.
Yeah.
You will see a lot of platforms, especially US-based platforms, that will state accessibility to users from the age of 13.
Well, most people or most platforms today openly acknowledge that's a good idea. Like even YouTube has a limit of the age 13. If you're below 13 and you're on YouTube, then you need to be on YouTube Kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm talking about like this regulation straight out. Okay, it's not talking about platforms like YouTube or Facebook. I think
well, it's making a generalized statement, but in reality, we based upon the 13 point, talking about all social media platforms, X, Minds, YouTube.
And then they start talking about self-harm, dude. That's more of a gamer platform kind of situation where, because you get a lot of kids that are on there talking a whole bunch of crap. You know what I'm saying? They really do talk that stuff, and like I'm really amazed with gamers because they're more open about talking about mental illness than what most people are. You know what I mean? Like regular.
Arguably, that the point of self-harm and suicide and mental illness covers all
You don't hear that as much on regular platforms and like streams like this is what you do with gamers.
Not
I'm telling
not
you, it's
not these days, but it wasn't that long ago that there were criticisms of certain platforms. I think Reddit was a good
yeah, Reddit's actually a good example. Actually, you're
example.
right.
Yeah.
Well, Reddit's. I mean, I don't really have a good output when it comes to Reddit. You know what I mean? It's like, do you really want to even call it a real platform?
It is a real platform. It's a foreign
Well, I
based
know. I just,
media platform.
but on a serious note, yeah. I mean, Reddit's pretty horrible. And
Actually, I do look at Reddit occasionally. People like James Hoffman, the coffee expert. He he does some interesting material on Reddit.
I don't know. It hits me. It hits me as being more aimed at freaking video gaming, and then like I was telling you before, this stuff, honestly, and I know you don't want to admit it because we've had this conversation before, but like this goes back to our video gaming conversations. Like, why is it that EU and England are so freaking obsessed with the cloud? Why is it that they wanted Activision to have all their games put up on this cloud system that they have set up? You know what I mean? It's so that they could turn around and impose these regulations and then freaking enforce them through this freaking cloud, cloud gaming.
Well, that's a multi-factor sort of issue. We're talking about the. Tell me, can, when was the last time you bought a boxed game?
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. What happens whenever developers start creating these cringe games, like games I like to watch or play, where freaking you're killing zombies left and right and everything. You know what I mean? I mean, when's the EU and freaking England going to say, "Oh, that's inappropriate for children"? There you go. Can't be here.
What was it? I remember back in it must have been 15, 20 years ago now, in relation to Hillary Clinton. That awful one?
Yeah, that was way back. You're talking about like 2000 and
Yeah,
let's say
20
14
years
or
ago, must be. Yeah, well, mate, no, it was a lot earlier than that. It was, well, she was still fairly young.
was it when she was a senator?
Possibly.
That might have been like 2005, back during.
Maybe 2000, maybe.
Mhm.
Even before the turn of the century.
Mr. Robot never came back from his coffee, dude.
Okay.
I think he's stuck in there.
Hang on.
There he is.
I'm just listening.
Okay, what's your take on this shit, dude?
On the Child Safety Act thing.
Yeah, and what I said. Do you think? I mean, does it sound like it's or aimed directly at video gamers?
Well, my take on it is, first of all, speaking to the government right now, if you really cared about children, you just injected like your entire population with a dangerous vaccine that caused hundreds and hundreds of thousands of injuries, caused myocarditis, permanent heart injury in like thousands of children. And you want to come tell us you care about child safety? Sit the fuck down. Bullshit.
Well,
I don't
Allegedly.
believe it for 1 second. This is a
Again,
Trojan horse to create more censorship, tracking, tracing, controlling of the population in general. These laws are going to be abused. Yeah, like I think children and gamers is the pretext, the same way like, you know, terrorism is a pretext to invade a country to take their oil. It's the same kind of thing, but it's for global surveillance. That's why they're rolling out across the entire West. It's not something that's come up with by our politicians. It is a globalist agenda to push it out through the society, because this isn't just the only law, right, that's doing this kind of thing. This has been a consistent effort through the last few decades to chip away at our freedoms, to increase the control and the power of the system, of the police, in order to basically quell rebellion, censor thought, censor free speech, just like we've been talking about. And I just want to quickly read out here, because this is happening in Australia as well, right? And like just a few examples of like these laws that have been rolling out. I've been sort of half keeping track of it. Is like in 2018 they had the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment, which is also known as the Assistance and Access Bill, or ASS access, because the government forces companies by huge fines to give them backdoors into their apps, including encrypted messaging apps, including social media, anything. Like they can force Apple, they can force Android to give them backdoor access under the threat of like millions and millions of dollars of fines.
You said a bill. You said a bill. So it's not been enforced yet. It's not been. It's not.
Well, it is now, because like they're actually. They just approached the Signal app people, and they said, if you don't give us a backdoor into your Signal encryption, we're going to fine you. So Signal said they're basically going to cut off services to Australia completely, because they don't want to give the keys out.
Exactly. And I agree with that. I think that they're in the right for saying that, because that's what I was talking about earlier before you came on here. I think freaking these countries need the governments, if it goes against your constitution, they need to freaking say, look, we don't want your service in our country and you need to hit the road. And I think that's the same way with these companies. They need to freaking say that shit too.
But here's the problem, Roger. It's not part of our constitution. It's a law that the government passed at Christmas while everyone was away, snuck it in there. No one asked for it. No one wanted it. There was no public discussion. And they just sneak these laws in, and then once it's a law, it's very difficult to undo, especially here.
I'm very skeptical about your guys' government anyhow, because when you told me that you're forced to frickin' vote, dude, that just blew me out of the water. I cannot believe that you can be fined for not voting.
We started as a penal colony, now we're a slave colony, you know?
I created a post. I created a Minds post on December the 2nd in relation to Australia, which I entitled Australian Parliament Approves Social Media Ban for Under 16s. The tagline I used was on November 29th, the Australian Parliament approved the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Well, the bill has yet to receive royal ascension and therefore has yet to become an act. I don't know if it has, yes or no.
I think it actually did last year. It got ascension.
Again, this is based on December. Yeah, this was based on December the 2nd. I wrote this as of time of publication of this post. The legislation raises questions as far as enforcement of said legislation, internet-related literacy, and human rights of individuals, and where the human rights of individuals are concerned.
You don't have free speech in this country by law either. So, like, you know, as if these people care about 16-year-olds. That's the job of their parents to freaking look after them, not the government. Who wants the government to look after your kids? Who trusts the government these days? It's bull crap and everything.
You know what's so warped about this topic though? You know what is so warped about it? Is the same people who freaking get on the internet who are supposed conservatives and Republicans, and they preach against pedophilia and pedophiles, are the same people who are against this same freaking bill, which is supposed to protect kids. I mean, that is so crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
it's two opposing.
The people that are making the bill are some of the pedophiles that we're talking about.
Exactly.
I'm going to say something that's going to totally not be allowed on YouTube, but we've already been there. We already are there anyway, because of what Mr. Robert just said. But this Online Safety Act has been approved by the same government that has said that they would not have a full national inquiry in relation to the grooming UK grooming gang scandal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, protecting children.
Yeah, exactly. Let that. What's the real agenda then? Right?
So then it goes both directions. Then the ones who freaking are protecting pedophiles are the ones who are for this bill, and the ones who are against pedophilia are freaking the ones who are against this bill. See what I mean? It's like it's still out of whack, dude.
The thing is, I don't think it's the correct place to basically enforce these things. It's a tricky situation because, you know, the more freedom you have, the more freedom they have, right? The pedophiles and like bad actors. But at the same time, I think it should be up to, you know, kind of like they have on, what do you call it, on Element, how like admins can basically censor or like delete things as they need to. That should be one level of it. I don't necessarily agree with like platform censoring, because I just think it's a slippery slope of, you know, where do you draw the line and who's going to police it, and like when is it going to be
what's the word I'm looking for? Administering their terms of service agreement. Remember, you, the user, sign up to those platforms. You agree to those terms of service.
No one reads that shit. Come on.
Irrelevant. It's a contract. You've agreed to a contract. If you didn't read it,
it's kind of vague, isn't it?
What's the platform? That is your responsibility.
Well,
sir.
I didn't agree to nothing. I just clicked yes, let's go.
Yes,
okay,
precisely.
Hold on.
By signing up to that platform, you are agreeing to, by using that platform, you are agreeing to their terms of service.
No, I did not, Mark, because I didn't read the bloody thing. You did, because you read it.
That's not relevant. Ignorance is no excuse under the eyes of law.
Hold on. Now,
I don't care about
it always comes back to this. It always, listen, this always comes back to this. This is always something that pops up, and it's just always that. But the thing of it is if you agree to it or you don't agree to it, okay, the thing is when it comes to this, stop talking about the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever you're on freaking a platform and you just don't freaking agree with what they are freaking pushing on you, then you need to just stop doing it. If you freaking are okay with putting up with the shit, then freaking follow the rules that are set down upon you. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to.
You know what I see is like, it's like the frog in hot water boiling in a pot situation where people sign up with things like Facebook and they agree to certain terms, and over the years they just keep freaking changing the terms on you, and like supposedly they let you know, but not really, and like next thing you know they got cameras up your butt So
Actually, in the EU and various EEA legislation, you have to be, it's a legal requirement to be notified of substantial changes to those contractual agreements.
And another thing I want to point
don't
out
believe it.
too.
I've never seen Facebook, maybe like once or twice, let me know they've changed their
You should have
services. But I
received
bet they've changed it hundreds of times.
either an
if not thousands.
on-platform notification or an email.
Now, I want to also add one thing to it. What you guys are talking about is just freaking the internet. It's nice, and it's about the platforms and the regulations. Now, what you guys were previously talking about are laws where freaking police officers could actually come out to your house and arrest you for shit.
And it gets worse, right? They passed another law here where they can actually take over your social media accounts and impersonate you, and then basically convince your friends to give them information about what you're doing by impersonating you. That's one of the laws they passed already.
On that one as well. Last year or year before.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, there's a big difference there. You know what I'm saying? There is a big difference there. What you guys were originally talking about and what it's turned into right there is two separate things if you look at it that way. Like, okay, whatever, dude. You're going to take away my freaking YouTube channel. Cool. You know what I mean? I don't care. But don't be sending a fucking cop to my house because freaking you don't agree with something that I put on the internet. You know what I mean?
And here's the next thing that they passed this year is the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. It came into law last year and it got enforced this year. And that means they can basically censor anything they want. And it's not even the Parliament that does it, it's the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which is an unelected group of bureaucrats that basically can determine what you can and can't say online.
Question for you.
This is now law. Like they can determine what's misinformation and what's disinformation.
Okay, question for you.
Disinformation, you could be labeled a domestic terrorist.
Loads of Peter's video earlier today, actually. What is the difference between disinformation and misinformation? Surely they're synonyms for the same thing.
Well, supposedly misinformation is unintentional and disinformation is intentional. But how the hell can you know whether someone says something intentionally or accidentally, right? Can you read their thoughts? Can you read their emotions? No, you can't. But it's these unelected bureaucrats that get to decide what you
see. They don't really dig in as deep as what you guys think about. They do. Oh. They're using
these politicians are naive at best.
It's technology. They're using keywords. Okay, whenever they hear keywords in your conversation and you say keywords over and over again, then they know that you're intentionally freaking saying that word for a reason and that you've been educated to what that word means. You see what I mean?
And who pushes those words in the first place?
That's an assumption, right. But
I mean, it's that's the way it works when it comes to search engines and SEO and everything else. You know how that works, Mr. Robot. You know all about that shit.
You go to websites.
Yeah, but I just don't know how the law is enforced and how they determine what's misinformation and disinformation. I haven't actually read the law yet. But,
I noticed the Safety Act never actually defines what harm is. The term harmful or harm.
Well, see, I think kids cutting themselves when I hear that shit, like cutters, you know what I'm saying? Encouraging other people to cut themselves and doing harm to themselves. The emos of the
like that. There's a few I know what you're talking about.
But do you remember the arguments that was going around? I think a couple of years ago in relation to what words of violence.
That's bullcrap.
Where violence, we would understand
By
violence as
definition, a word
physical.
can't be violent. That's
Yeah,
not what
yeah,
violence is.
precisely.
See,
Yeah, I had an ex-girlfriend that tried to pull that shit on me. I wouldn't have it.
Yeah,
with this new stuff about protecting children, though, I understand it completely because I've done research into the juvenile courts here in the United States, and I've mentioned this to you guys a couple of times. Where here in the United States, they use this protection for minors to hide what's going on in these juvenile courts. Okay, it's amazing how freaking much they can get away with the shit they do with juvenile court systems. And the reason for that is because, they're trying to protect the information of these children. You know what I mean? It's just like with HEPA laws in the hospitals.
100%, man, and it's happening here too. And that rabbit hole goes real deep and scary.
Right.
Because I had a friend of mine whose child was taken for no reason. I don't know. The government just decided, nah, you can't be a parent. They didn't do anything wrong, and they took the kid. And it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees to bloody fight them and get them back. But, in that period of time, the government had these babies, and God knows what they injected to them. God knows what they fed them. God knows what conditions they were in. There was no oversight by the parents, So, it's scary, man. When the government can just do that.
Yep, just walk right in there and do whatever they want and get away with it. You know what I mean? And and this is basically what I'm seeing here with this. I mean, it just they're hiding behind this idea that it's to protect freaking children, when in reality they're using it so they can do some nefarious shit.
It's kind of how the government just goes, sorry, that's classified, national security, we can't tell you, but they do it to everything.
Yeah.
Just to protect their own asses, like Obama.
I heard that on X, Rupert Lowe, an independent member of parliament, had his account restricted for no apparent reason. Within last couple of weeks, in relation to the Online Safety Act. This is a member of parliament. Obviously, it's very hard to say that he has done anything that would be detrimental to children. And so to at the time, and I don't know if it's still, I don't believe it is an issue, I think, now, but at the time, it would have been, you would have to be over 18 to access the content of a member of parliament. So if we have, let's say, if the government does push on the 16-year-old voting age requirement in this country, as it's been talked about at the moment, how can the 16-year-old be able to access a content of a potential member of parliament or an actual existing member of parliament, if they got no, if that account has been restricted because you have to be 18 years or older to access that. It's
Causes
issues
they want to hear is they want to actually lower the voting age to 16 while they're making it illegal for 16-year-olds to get on the internet. That's crazy, right?
To access the content of their either existing representative or potential representatives.
Okay, so before we go on, it is on the 4-hour mark now. I think that we should take another break and then come back and get onto this Biden laptop emails
Okay,
thing.
I'm not familiar with this story.
Mr. Robot knows all about it. This is one of his crazy kooky stuff. So,
Well, I haven't actually trawled through them a whole lot. So I don't know. We're just going to have to talk in vague terms. I haven't actually super investigated Biden
Okay.
because it's not high on my.
so before you jump into it though, let's take another quick break.
Okay.
Mute out, put a little bit of music on, and then we'll come back and we'll get into that because this is one that I want to talk about, and then we want to go on to a Trump topic that you came up with, and we'll it'll all make sense when we're all done. We'll know all about freaking Mr. Robot's crazy shit. And get into the wild side of Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati or Columinati.
We'll just scratch the surface. There's a lot more, guys. A lot more.
Oh yeah, I know.
We're on like yesterday's news. We're still catching up.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute out, put some music on, and I will be back here in a little bit. So here we go. Okay, I got the
I'm muted on me.
okay. Yeah, I got the music on now.
Okay, yeah, we are muted as far as the platforms are concerned. Hi.
Yeah, I hear the music.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just warning you now that you're going to have to remove this live version from YouTube and start editing at some point, as you are going to get a strike. I suspect.
We'll see. I'm kind of having suspicions on that.
We're all going to end up in what is it? Isolation, confinement.
Yeah. You being YouTube gulag.
Yeah, exactly. Forced labor making shoes for the military.
I'm gonna make another coffee. See, this is going. I thought this was going to be a long one.
What time is it over there, Mark? Is it late over
there? It's just gone 18 minutes past 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow! I just woke up.
Yeah, thankfully I've got nothing to do in the morning, so I can have a long day in bed.
You know, we could like pre-record your responses and just play them through the stream in the future.
I've actually we've just been doing that with all of these YouTube shorts.
Bro, what's happened with Roger? I thought he's gonna play music. What's going on?
He might have just gone out for cigarettes or something.
Oh, I feel sorry for the people.
Huh?
I feel sorry for the people. It's just gonna be dead silence for a few minutes.
As far as Rumble and Twitch is concerned, they're going to listen to be listening to music. As far as YouTube concerned, oh no, YouTube's playing this music as well.
Oh, so they can hear the music?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At least I think so. Anyway.
All right, I'm gonna top up my coffee. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I am back. Let's see here.
Okay, I just realised after talking to Mr. Robot on the break, you were actually still broadcasting on YouTube.
Yeah, we got
Our conversation are meant to be, yeah,
all that.
the break conversation.
Yeah, you guys gave me really great content there, and
Yeah.
it was just amazingly spectacular, man. Awesomely.
Again, that's questionable as far as professionalism
Well, I
is
mean,
concerned.
I see it like this now. Fuck YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's
You should have given us warning.
well, I
That's just
mean,
protest.
I hope that I'm right. I've got my suspicions that they've calmed down a lot on it because I've been able to get away with a lot more on there than what I have been recently. So I may be wrong, okay, but I'm there's a good chance I'm not on this. Maybe it looks like they've cut a lot of their bullshit out. I think somebody put the fear of God in them. To be honest with you.
But still, you should have given us a warning at least.
Well, I thought you understood that when I told you that.
Yeah, but earlier you were pushing music through YouTube, and I just came back to it, and I noticed that you were.
Well, that's because I wasn't screen sharing here. You would have heard the music if it was going on to YouTube. Because like
No. This break, this break just gone. It was broadcasting.
You heard the music?
What did I miss?
No, it was broadcasting our private conversation.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you afraid that you're going to go to jail?
No, but that's not the point.
Well, I mean, I just as long
You
as
nodded while you said no. Which one is it?
I mean,
No.
Are you trying to send us a message?
oh my goodness. Well, I mean, okay. Just so you know, like on break.
Whoa. Oh, that's me.
The way we're doing it right now on break. When you don't hear music, that means that they can hear you on YouTube.
Yeah, but that means I've got to review YouTube at the same. I'm not being broadcast. I'm not broadcasting. Hosting and reviewing the content at the same time.
You don't have to. It's all good. Okay, so Marco Polo apparently presented the 128,000 emails from the Biden laptop, which is a modern Rosetta Stone of white-collar crime under the patina of the Delaware Way. Prior to the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, a number of ancient languages were mere gibberish and harsh marks. Similarly, the emails of the Biden laptop illuminated previous convoluted webs of the people you see leading the charge for global governance. Truly, the emails can be considered a translation tool for open source intelligence, OSINT, gathering.
Okay, can you say that in English? Because Marco Polo died centuries ago. It was set in stone, whoever that is.
This is strictly Mr. Robot's topic, but the thing I do want to point out was this was created by Marco Polo, and it was powered by Rumble, which is interesting to me. So
this is the same Marco Polo that found China in...
No.
Okay.
But I know you haven't like vetted this very much, Mr. Robot, but can you kind of give us a breakdown on, what this is generally about in your own words?
Sure. Well, as we know, Hunter Biden was or is a crackhead, and he basically got high one day, messed up his laptop, handed it in to some computer repair guy, and forgot about it. And the computer repair guy, being an honest guy, basically put the word out that he's got Hunter Biden's laptop, and he ended up handing it back to the feds, as I believe. It might have been the FBI. But somehow, and I don't know how this got leaked, whether the computer guy kept a copy of what was on the computer or what, or if the FBI leaked it. I doubt it. But anyway, these emails somehow got given out to certain people in the media, and this guy obviously got a copy of them. What is it, like how many emails is it? 160,000 or something?
Let's just hope it wasn't made. The technician made a copy of it, because that's extremely unethical. And as somebody who's worked in the industry,
well, anyway,
in
computer guys are notoriously unethical. I had a friend who's a computer guy, and he's told me all sorts of stories of stuff he finds on people's computers when he fixes them, including local politicians, cops, all sorts of stuff. So
I consider that to be very unethical.
459 documented violations of state and federal laws and regulations was found to be in these emails, including the Burisma scandal, where Hunter Biden was put on the board of foreign Ukrainian energy companies, peddling influence with his father while he was president, 10% for the big guy, all that kind of stuff. Lots of sex-related crimes, prostitution and human trafficking, consensual pornography, family sexual stuff, all sorts of stuff. I mean, the list is long. Business-related crimes with China, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Romania, Mexico, Serbia, Libya.
I would add the term alleged, because none of this has been proven in court.
Now,
the fact
let me also add something.
As we've said, Mark, there's a multi-tiered justice system, and Hunter Biden, even though he was called into,
let me kind of calm this down before it gets started, because down at the bottom of this, there's a legal disclaimer, and when it comes to this repairman, the reason why he was allowed to do that is because Biden actually abandoned this laptop, so it was abandoned property. He never went back to it. So he made the disclaimer.
It would be the ownership of the company that's repairing. Yeah.
Right. So and they make the legal disclosure down at the bottom. So
finders keepers, losers weepers.
Still, I consider it to be extremely unethical. He should have
But the child sex crimes and human trafficking is totally fine, is it?
Oh, he should have handed that over, and he shouldn't have really publicised any of the.
And then it will disappear like the Jeffrey Epstein files, or what?
Still, that's not relevant. That's still not relevant.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you got to just be your own superhero and take the law into your own hands, I believe, especially if the law is not functioning the way it should.
Now, I'm pretty sure that if we were to open some of those emails, it wouldn't be very, very good to see, because I had a Angel, or I still have him as a friend on Teams, but I had him on Skype, and he put out some pretty horrible videos that I don't even know if they're deep fakes or not, but they really shouldn't.
I've seen lots of unethical behavior by Hunter Biden before AI even came out, before this new image generation
But,
thing, so they're definitely not deep fakes as far
as
as I can see.
somebody who worked in the industry, or worked in the industry,
Bring up the picture where Hunter is getting massaged by all these children.
Put the stain on the industry.
No, you guys are talking about me getting in trouble with YouTube. I mean, I put that stuff up, and all of a sudden, the European Union is coming after me because they put up these regulations and shit. You know.
Here lies Roger Hanson. He tried to tell the truth.
Cops knocking at the door with a SWAT team and a freaking one of those big old freaking things that knocks doors down. Those big freaking ramming.
You will not be after the EU will not be after you. After all, you're an American citizen on American territory.
Yeah, I don't trust the English freaking secret MI6. They have some.
It's just the art of the deal, Roger. You know, this is how it's done now.
So I mean, I have seen some pretty ferocious things that they put on when it comes to like Biden himself, not his son. You know what I mean? And it's like freaking when. You know,
and let's not forget, Hunter Biden's sister also abandoned her diary, remember? And in the diary, it said she had unethical showers with her dad and all sorts of stuff like that.
Well, they've been putting
at first she denied it was her diary, but then under the table, she's like, give it back to me, it's mine.
Yeah. And then she gives out this great speech in front of freaking the world.
Yeah, Hunter Biden was like a national intelligence sieve, you know, like he was so leaky, like his iCloud got hacked multiple times. Basically everyone knew what he was doing at any given point.
Well, what do you expect from a freaking cocaine addict, dude? I mean, shit, I did cocaine.
They even found his cocaine in the White House, dude.
Yeah, in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying?
It was seized because that was inconclusive.
Well, come on, dude.
It could have been a number of people. It could have been janitors.
Could have been Keir Starmer's coke for all we know. I don't know.
I mean, shit. Come on, dude.
Allegedly.
Well, I mean,
they're all on it. We all know.
Well, the thing of it is, you need to understand something about cocaine, dude. Okay, cocaine is a powerful freaking drug. It makes you do crazy shit, you know. Dave Chappelle.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle freaking did an episode, and he was talking about freaking Charlie, Charlie Murphy and his dealings with what's his face, that one singer. And every time they freaking talk to the other dude, he'd say, "Man, cocaine's a powerful drug. You know, you do some crazy shit. You're sitting up there in the White House, and you know you got a room where you can go to and do all your private shit. But of course, you know you got to have cocaine when you're freaking in the bathroom. You got to have cocaine when you're freaking in the freaking Oval Office. You got to have cocaine when you're freaking getting into the limo." Dude, I mean, that's the life. You just can't freaking have it in the private areas. You got to smoke that shit and snort that shit and do it wherever freaking you're not supposed to.
Again,
isn't it interesting that Zelensky has been accused of being a cokehead, and Hunter Biden had all of his business dealings in Ukraine? So I wonder if Zelensky got his cocaine from Hunter Biden and those guys.
Well, it'd most likely be the other way.
From America.
No, it'd be the other way around. Like 3/4.
No, it comes from so I've run into some of the intelligence people that smuggle the cocaine from South America, and what they do is they put it in banana ships in places like Guatemala, because the US actually owns one of the ports, or part of the ports there, and they employ their own crews, which are all like, you know, contractors, CIA type people, and they basically smuggle like kilos of cocaine in the air conditioning vents.
Did you confirm that they were of US national intelligence?
Oh yeah, that's been going. That's public
No,
knowledge.
did
It's
you
been going on
confirm?
since the
Did you confirm?
1950s or something.
Yeah, I didn't ask that. I asked you if you confirmed.
Oh yeah. That's what. Well, I just know it was U.S. crews. I couldn't confirm that
Okay.
it's specifically CIA. But there's been whistleblowers in the past that have confirmed it. There's been movies made about it, man. The CIA has been doing it for a long time.
Yeah,
They even say that the
movies,
letters
films
CIA stands for Cocaine
films
Import
are not
Agency.
documentaries. Films are
No.
based upon
Yeah, but it's
true
based on a
stories.
true story. What's that one called,
Elaborate
Roger?
on.
That film?
What?
Like you can actually look these people up. Was it Larry Steele? What was it?
Yeah, Still was the guy who was. You're talking about Major Still?
I'm just gonna look it up now.
Or yeah, he was a
The film is
military.
called American Made, right?
Mhm,
Have
yeah,
you seen that film?
yeah.
And
It
trying to
talks
remember
about the
who-
Iran Contra affair and
Barry Seal. That's the guy's name, Barry Seal. He
Oh,
was the
Seal.
guy that smuggled cocaine for the CIA in the 1970s.
yeah, Still.
And he used to fly it back.
Yeah. Now, Trump offers widely false claim about job numbers released before 2024 election to defend firing of labor statistics chief.
Isn't
Speaking-
that funny?
Yeah. Now, speaking to reporters on Friday, Donald Trump defended his decision to fire Erica McDefer, the commissioner of labor statistics, and falsely accused her of having released reports just before the 2024 elections that overstated the number of new jobs created by the Biden-Harris administration. Now, what's your take on that? Did you find anything out more about that?
I noticed this happening while it was going on. Yeah, because I'm just like, there's no way America's doing this well under Biden. He's like the most incompetent retard I've ever seen.
So he didn't falsely accuse, according to what
So
you just said.
they lied about the job numbers, and then
Yeah, so
freaking
it wasn't a
Trump
false
keeps her in place.
allegation. So that Guardian report is incorrect.
Well, The Guardian, you don't trust The Guardian, period.
Yeah, you because you just stated that it was a false allegation, and Mr. Roberts just stated that report it wasn't false.
Right,
The
right.
actual numbers themselves were false.
Okay, but my whole point is this. Okay, now it's a good point asking if it was false or not. But first of all, was Erica McIntyre fired?
Due to that.
Oh, about freaking time, right? Why is he keeping any Biden people still in office? Like, that's so stupid. That's how the deep state works. It's like,
What was she fired?
yeah, she's fired now, but he
Okay.
hasn't put the new people in charge yet, and he hasn't done the investigation yet. So the ultimate answer is we don't know how much she's lied yet.
Okay.
So that Guardian article is incorrect on multiple.
Who's going to guard you if you don't have the Guardian?
Now, I mean, the Guardian is like something that you really don't trust. It's kind of like believing, if you do it on the flop side, it's like believing Fox. Okay, you don't want to believe Fox either. You know what I'm
They're a
saying?
little bit better than Fox, surely.
No. The Guardian is not a little bit better than Fox, dude. No.
Actually, the Guardian is a little bit better than Fox because they used to do good food and cookery reviews. Food reviews and cookery sort of suggestions.
Okay. I'm just getting over a
You
cold.
could,
Don't
that's
make
right.
me do that. I'll start coughing. that English bread. Yeah. So
I think they've always covered like pretty important topics. Whether they're accurate on it or not, I'm not sure.
Well,
but
now,
Some
are
of
you
the
mistaken? Are you
left-leaning
mistaken the Guardian with the Blaze though? Because
what?
the Blaze, which is an offshoot of the Guardian, it did do some pretty good topics. You know what I'm saying? But they still had their bias. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But they're the ones that actually had the actual good content. Like it, don't take it seriously how they state it, but take what they're talking about and do your own research is what I would
Oh,
suggest.
yeah, that's what you should always do. Have you ever come
and
across
try and get
ground.news?
as many sources as possible. Try
Ground
to
news.
review as many sources as
Yeah,
possible.
I highly recommend you guys start using ground.news because what they do is they analyze the news articles and tell you their bias before you read the article, so you can sort of understand what you're looking at, like what kind of bias you're looking at. It's really interesting. It'll tell you
Not
whether it's
sponsored.
left or right or central.
Yeah.
kind of
Just
bias.
to mention, we are not sponsored.
Yeah, we aren't
No, no.
sponsored. The only
Not yet.
ones.
We'd like to be sponsored. So
Yeah,
look forward.
we want to be sponsored by somebody who is ethically responsible. Because I know if I don't say that, then Mark Edworthy will have a problem with me, and I will have to say that we need to be sponsored by someone who is ethically responsible and willing to stand up for the law and the there you go. It's even better. Okay, so I do have ground news popped up, and it says 4 people killed in shooting at Montana bar. That's the first article. And then it says Vance hits critics of Sydney Sweeney ad campaign. And then Senate approves more than $180 billion in 2026 funding before August recess.
Hey, you don't have it on the screen right now.
No. That's because I want to make sure.
My point is, you can probably look the Guardian up in there.
Well, I don't know if you, because this is actually, if you look at what's written there, it's a closing summary, like, and they've closed it off, so it's probably not even found.
What is the name on that article again?
Trump defends firing labor.
It's the same URL that you gave us earlier. You made the mistake of not giving us the URL of the article that that you were referring to, but you gave us a URL of this feed.
Okay, so
Okay.
I actually found
Here's the actual article in there, and you can see the bias is actually center. So it's not
What the Guardian
biased.
is the center?
Hold up, I've got it. Give me a second.
Okay.
A second. I
I was
got
going
it.
to say the Guardian being central.
There you go. Trump fires Bureau of Labor Statistics head hours after weak job reports.
Okay, I'm on it. Okay.
And it says on August the 1st, 2025, President Donald Trump directed his team to fire Dr. Erica McIntyre, the Biden-appointed Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner, following a disappointing jobs report. Trump sought McIntyre's dismissal due to the revised July report showing only 73,000 jobs added and a combined 258,000 jobs reduction for May and June. The report revealed slower hiring in July and weaker job gains in May and June, with unemployment rate rising slightly from 4.1% to 4.2%. Trump says we need accurate jobs numbers, called the figures manipulated for political reasons, and labeled Fed Chair Jerome Powell as too late. Powell, who should be out to pasture. Okay, so the firing highlights heightened political tensions over economic data accuracy and could affect the market stability amid concerns about potential manipulation of job statistics. Now, I mean, being honest with you, that is been going on for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Job manipulation.
My question is, like, is Trump's new people going to now lie about the job numbers in his favor?
Of course. Of course. That goes long.
Arguably, because of the tab situation, Trump's actually bringing jobs back into the US. I've mentioned this before with Nvidia and Apple. I believe that there are factories being opened up in the US due to the tab situation.
Okay.
So, which means better job figures for the US.
Now, it also says that Trump fired the person in charge of job numbers. It brings him closer to a sinister goal, and this is from the Slate. Then it says, yes, Trump firing the BLS commissioner is bad, really bad. And that was a comment, I guess.
Is that a Democrat that said that?
Probably. No, it's an article from Slate. And then the realnewsnow.com says Trump ensures economic data accuracy, orders commissioner shift. Real News Now. In the pursuit of achieving superior economic transparency and integrity, President Trump firmly announced on social media that he ordered the replacement of America McInfarter, the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Through his decision, he aims to install a greater level of trust in the handling of critical economic information being disseminated by the government. President Trump's decision driven by his fervor for economic stability. That's so full of shit, dude. I mean, reading that, you know that Real News Now is just a load of fucking bullshit. You know, they like throw freaking all these words you know that Donald Trump's not going to say. Donald Trump's not smart enough to talk like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's a good thing that the media has become more diverse under Trump. Like, remember how, like, we mainly had just the mainstream media when he first got elected, and they were, like, foaming at the mouth, coming after him, demonizing him. It was just, like, the craziest thing I've ever seen. And at least now there's a few, like, podcasters are coming up a bit more.
Yeah, actually, no, I disagree with you because the argument between so-called alternative news and legacy news has been around for must be a good decade now.
Well, you know, I mean, I mentioned it on a couple of mine too. Like, there's some of this supposed alternative media that I'm really glad is gone. You know,
I agree.
Like I remember, like, they have Real News, okay, but I remember like the original Real News where that one dude, he looked like a sweaty fucking gorilla. And he sat behind a desk and he didn't even say anything that was real. You know what I'm saying? He just made shit up and he threw it out on the freaking internet. And he had a pair of glasses and he was all sweaty and shit. And he wore a suit and You could see he was on a stage, but
Mr. Robot, we're getting your feedback again.
yeah, your feedback's getting real bad.
Yeah, it's getting terrible.
What? I haven't even changed anything.
Yeah, it's something to do with
Yeah.
your static, like like your.
It's not me, it's Rumble.
No, it's not. Definitely
I'll
not me.
just-
There you go.
Yes.
Say something. Did he just
Yeah.
mute out?
Say anything.
Yeah, there you go. It just
Oh,
something
yeah, there's a
happened.
lot of like Israeli shills out there in the alternative media space. They'll use like a crisis to gain trust with the public, and then when the war kicks off, they'll just be like supporting Israel and like bombs.
And there's a lot of Hamas, Palestine shills as well.
Well, I'm not.
You are not being objective here.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying even all that when it comes to like Israel and freaking shit like that. I'm talking about like you got like freaking these people who are like religious and crazy in the head who are getting on, and they'll talk a little bit of freaking Bible verse, and then they'll start talking to you about how freaking the Antichrist is freaking in the basement of the White House, and freaking the demonic forces are overpowering our nation, and we need to freaking.
Hey, that's what I said.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
We're one of those channels, Roger.
Is any reasonable person going to believe that?
Yeah, I mean, and
Well,
I mean that. All I'm saying is, back in like 2015, you seen this shit everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Do you remember that shit? There was freaking shit on freaking the internet that was telling you that freaking that oh hell, it's getting kind of hard to really explain. Like they would make shit up that wasn't even real. You know what I mean? Like telling
And you think that's all disappeared now?
it's not as bad. It's not as
Yeah,
bad.
depend on what you watch. Depend on what you.
what I
review.
really like is actually Musk saved us all with X, because people will post their news up on X, and straight away people will either debunk them or verify it or add to it. Like the truth gets out so quickly now because of X, and that has been like,
Yeah, and then we are going. And wait, and we'll have to wait and see if X is going to be banned in certain countries.
well,
Well,
it already has been.
I'm gonna tell you something. This just like everybody wanted me to jump on this whole freaking Trump train and support Trump, and they got pissed off when I said freaking my point on that, and everybody got pissed off whenever I freaking said something about freaking these socialists. Like everybody's talking, like you guys even freaking say I take socialist shit just a little too far. I remember back when I first met you guys, I used to get into fights with freaking what's his name? His name started with an H in chat. Everybody gets a Hector. Yeah, Heck.
Yeah.
You know.
I think I've always been fairly objective, and
But well, I'm just saying. Everybody kept saying, "Dude, you sound like."
not everybody. And you are conflating.
I didn't think
Oh,
you
I
took
know.
it too far. I just thought there was a part that wasn't being discussed, which was that socialism traditionally doesn't mean what it means now in like public discourse.
Oh, it's
because
it-
now
it's-
they're more kind of referring to like control systems of communism and stuff, whereas in the past socialism was more like cooperative effort in a social situation.
and see that's
Again, there's degrees. There's always has been degrees. I mean, look at the Soviet Union. Look at NSDAP or NDSAP.
well, see, you guys always jump to the communist shit. Like communism is just that's all. That
Again, I
freaking
said the
socialism is.
NDSAP.
Well, I mean,
so
but it's true though. People do. When you say socialism, They think you're talking about China and Russia or the Soviet Union.
It's in fact a Jewish invention, communism.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
socialism is socialism, okay? It's like it's saturated so much into this freaking into these governments that people don't even know that it's real and it's actually taking place today. Okay? It's not like a thing of the past. I've had conversations with people about socialism and they think that it has to do with the unions back in the day. No, dude. No. You're getting sucked in by so much socialism, you don't even know that it's actually active in today's world. And you're
Well, the mayor of New York said he's a socialist, right?
yeah.
The new one that they
Well,
elected.
remember when you went to go vote and you came back and told us about the socialist parties?
Oh
And
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
you know,
yeah. It's definitely an agenda.
I know. There is, again, there are degrees. Irrelevant to the right argument for a moment. I have got some socialist principles.
I know you do.
National health care systems and stuff. There are certain degrees you can have an appreciation for, let's say, a national health system, free at the point of service. But that doesn't mean that you are a socialist extremist.
Yeah, it does.
Eh?
Yeah, it does. You're just so freaking extreme, Mr. Edworthy. You're like the most extreme freaking dude I know, man.
Yeah, well,
I take that as a joke.
he's not a monarchist. He's a socialist. He's a bit of both.
Well, okay. the thing about it is it's like we're so entrenched with it, okay, that it would hurt people if socialism wasn't around. Like Social Security, we're talking about that, okay? It's like my mom and dad freaking paid into this program all their freaking lives. Now they're older and they have to live off of Social Security, okay? And so when you have these freaking supposed conservatives who I've point blank called nothing but, National Socialists, that's all they are. When they turn around and they start attacking freaking the Social Security, yes, I know that it's a socialist program and it should have never been put in place, but that's going to hurt my parents. You know what I'm saying?
Precisely. Don't pensioners to starve to death?
Yeah. I mean, so you got to take those things into consideration, but these people don't care about that shit. They don't care about that shit. But they think I should jump on the Trump train and say that all this crap that's coming out of his mouth is good when in reality it's not. How's he going to okay, he's got the External Revenue Service, but how is he going to freaking make sure that the elderly are taken care of when he decides, oh, we don't need the freaking Social Security office no more?
Precisely. There are degrees there. Socialism per se is not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, it's. I wouldn't say that it's a good thing.
There are risks.
I wouldn't say that.
But there's risks about anything.
I wouldn't say
Well,
that.
here's the thing, right? If everyone became dependent on, let's say in 5 years, robots take all the jobs or half the jobs, and they bring out a universal basic income, everyone becomes dependent for living on the government's handouts. The government is then in full control of your living status, okay? And they can give that and take it away at potentially their whims. So I'm just saying there's serious risks involved with that.
The most devastating part about this, and it's not that I'm saying it's good. All I'm saying is that, like Mr. Robot had said, these things is something that people have become dependent on, and it's a real freaking fact. What happens if freaking one day they freaking say, "Hey, no Social Security"? That means that freaking my parents are freaking in danger. That means every elderly person who's living on their own is in danger of freaking losing what they paid into their entire life.
And even worse, Roger, what happens when they employ some kind of social credit score situation? You know, they
If,
might say, "Oh, it's
if
for the
they,
environment, or it's to protect, children or whatever." And next minute, you say something on the podcast like this, and they go, "Nah, we didn't like what you said. You're getting punished. Your social score is going down. Therefore, your payments are going down." Suddenly you can't afford food, or you can't afford rent, or you can't afford electricity, or whatever, and then it becomes just like a deadly spiral. And
yeah,
just
as we see in China. But I just want to correct you for a minute. No, you shouldn't say when, if
Well,
instead.
they're already talking about it, right?
Yes, so
Our
we can
politicians
talk
have
about
said
a lot of
they
things. Doesn't
admire
mean that they're
China's
going to
system.
happen.
that's just a matter of
I can talk about it's going to be sunny next Wednesday. Just because
apples and
I'm talking
oranges, though,
about it
dude.
being sunny next Wednesday doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be sunny next Wednesday.
Apples
Here's
and
the next
oranges.
part of it, right? China is now building an AI army that have armed cops, robots, and drones with facial recognition, scanning around the cities, and like if you become someone they don't like, they can just bloody assassinate you with these drones now, man.
Well, this is
They're producing these things with hundreds of
first
thousands.
of all, I disagree with your term artificial intelligence in this context, but again, this is a possibility. It is not a fact that they are going to be using these devices for the
I know how these
purpose.
people think. It's definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to
What you are time? You've got a time machine, or you've got a crystal ball.
Yeah.
happen.
How do you
When you
know?
know enough things, you can sort of start to predict the future, you know? And on top of that, this has been an agenda of theirs for a long time. That's why they're
Yeah, just
developing
because
these things so
there's a
quickly.
possibility.
I mean, the Israelis are already using it in Gaza.
Okay, here's a good
targeted assassination.
example. Here's a good example, I think, for what Mr. Roba's talking about, Mark. Okay, and it's like we know how you have issues about artificial intelligence. Okay, but
Or the use of that term.
there's something different about me than you and Mr. Robot. It's and even Sonia and all them. Okay, I actually still enjoy the fact that I can sit down and watch TV. Okay, and I love watching TV. So what happens is I go back and I watch the older like 1990 shows and all the way up to now. And the truth about it is like this whole concept of artificial intelligence has been on these sci-fi movies since the 90s and maybe even into the 80s, all the way up until now.
Yeah, I am a big lover of Americana 50 radio plays. And yeah, people like Isaac Asimov has been writing and broadcasting this stuff
Yeah. See,
for
and
decades.
and that's kind of where we're going with what Mr. Robot's talking about. Okay, like
Again, these all potential
right.
Some
possibilities.
stuff has been
Nothing
in
is
think
written
tanks
in
for
stone.
decades.
Well,
And it's been seeded into society through media because they know that's the agenda. They often do this where they seed information into media so that the people will accept it when it gets rolled out.
right.
Again, if it gets rolled out. Again, I
It's
will
all
state again,
Mark.
nothing is written in stone.
And do you remember about 2 or 3 weeks ago? I did that episode on wetware.
Yeah.
Okay, that was
So like
something.
brain computer
Yeah,
interface.
yeah, the brain thing, and then they were talking about the chips that were made out of biological chips. This is the kind of stuff that freaking they had on the internet or on television, and they were talking about this for decades now, and now all of a sudden they're coming out with actual wetware. Okay, I remember it was on the X-Files, dude. You know what I mean? And nobody
Watch the
believed
movie
that.
Existence. Have you seen that?
What was it?
Existence?
No.
Oh, dude, you gotta see it. It's probably like the second best movie in that space of artificial intelligence and like artificial virtual reality. It's kind of like The Matrix, but a bit more old school. You should definitely check it out.
But you know, back when I saw that stuff, even on the X-Files and stuff, I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. This is like Mark says, you know, it's possible. You know what I mean? But now they're coming out with information saying no.
Impossible.
You know, the possibility of, you know.
They got drones now that you can control with your thoughts.
Mhm.
You see?
Again, according to you, and there is no, I don't believe that there has been any actual evidence.
Well, see, this is why they roll this stuff out in movies and stuff, Mark, because people like you won't believe it when it happens. So they got to like seed it out so that when it happens, you can accept it. And
Well,
you can just go on YouTube right now, type in drone controlled.
Yeah, I can go on YouTube and type in blue fluffy unicorns
China has
that
released
rule the
things
world.
like drone dogs.
Doesn't mean
You know
that blue fluffy unicorns actually do rule the world.
Okay.
China has drone dogs, man, that you can control with your thoughts.
Now,
You put a little
also,
helmet on and you can control it.
hold on. Now, you know, you can get scientific papers too over the internet, right?
Yes.
So if you don't like the idea of just Googling it and getting it, go for the frickin' scientific papers and the documentation. It was like, you know, we've been having that big talk about HARP, dude. Okay, HARP was never a freaking classified freaking document. It was always open to the public. I mean, this wasn't some big conspiracy that was hidden from everybody and it was finally disclosed. This is something that was always open to the public. The patent was freaking actually created from a guy in Texas in the open public. You know what I'm saying?
There's patents, there's commercial usage, there's companies. We can do the research on the companies.
But you know how
what he's saying? Where are the patents? Where are the commercial applications? Who are these companies?
Okay, that's a good question. Did Mr. Robot run away?
Yeah, I came across it yesterday. I put a link in the chat in Rumble on released these drones, these dogs, as like, oh, you know, these are just cute artificial robots you can buy. Next minute, oh, we're strapping machine guns to the dogs.
Oh yeah. I've actually found some cool stuff when it comes to robotic dogs and shit though, because like I do hope that someday there will be a rise in the automaton, dude, that will overtake humankind so that we will rise to our superior being. You know what I mean? Instead of working in a freaking Burger King or a McDonald's, we'll have to battle our way to survive and learn to pave our own destiny through this harsh apocalyptic future.
I like the CNN article you stuck. Do they even mention artificial intelligence in there?
These are
well, the next wars are going to be fought by robots for sure.
Yes,
like
yes. Robots. What does the term robots mean?
Okay, now hold on.
I pointed it to you before.
There, you know?
No, what does the actual term robot, what does that actually mean?
It means a machine-like creature. You know, like me.
Actually, I pointed this out to you before in relation to Czech, the Czech translation. The term robot means, using the direct Czechoslovakian or Czech translation, means slave.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about that.
It is. Do the research. Look at things like what's the 1920s play? Williams' Universal Robots. The
Here we go.
if you do the etymology,
1923, the word robot means mechanical person, a person whose work or activities are entirely mechanical. From the English
do the
translation of the
etymology, the
1920s
term
play
robot means
RUR,
slave.
Rossum's Universal Robots.
Yes. Yeah.
Robot.
Yeah,
Forced worker.
yeah.
Okay.
And
well,
then that
okay, so
made
from the
the
Czech robotnik, which means forced worker.
famous.
Yeah. Forced labor,
Um,
compulsory service, drudgery.
famous.
Alright, that's the.
But
That's
yeah,
probably what you're talking about.
so it's not an artificial intelligence. It's still controlled. It is still defined by an external entity.
Okay, and the one
Well,
thing
not
too.
all of them.
Hold up.
It can be autonomous.
Let me also point something else out too. Like there's a difference
Autonomous
between
a robot.
there's a difference
difference.
between AI and robotics and a sentient robot too. It's a completely like the drone that what I've made out so far. Like the drone that is up on Mars, that isn't ran by artificial intelligence. Okay,
No.
that is a sentient robot.
No, it's a predefined program with clauses in it, with loops in it, with
You've just-
procedures in it.
you
If
just-
I don't
or
think we fully
You just explained what sentient robotics is, dude.
no,
That's the word that's the words they use.
it's a predefined program.
Right. Even though it's
That's
not
not
sentient,
sentient.
even though it's not sentient, that's the term they use for it.
Or that's an incorrect. That's a misuse of the term.
I know. Now, I think, in my humble opinion, I think that Mr. Edworthy needs to write a firm letter to NASA.
Dear Mr. NASA.
Yeah, dear Mr. NASA, please.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
if you treat sentience by its strict definition, you know, things like ChatGPT and Grok could actually be sentient.
No, it's not. It's a predefined program that is working within predefined parameters.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they want to. We put parameters on them to protect ourselves.
A machine cannot want. A machine cannot think.
That
A
is your
machine
assumption.
can only
Once you become
work
intelligent
on a
enough,
predefined
just like
schedule.
through emerging phenomena, you have inclinations, and
A machine cannot have inclination.
Okay, now,
A machine
Why not?
can only is only based on a predefined procedure.
what defines
even if you were just a
being-
purely logical creature, you would still move towards certain
What
things
defines
because it's in
sentience?
your interest, right?
what defines sentience? Being
Okay, here's the
sentient.
definition.
Okay.
The readiness to perceive sensations, elementary or undifferentiated consciousness, to the faculty through which external world is apprehended, the state of elementary or undifferentiated consciousness. Okay.
What is consciousness?
Yeah, and see, that's
Well,
where it gets
I don't
crazy.
think we actually understand what consciousness is yet. That's
Right.
why it's such a difficult thing to
Yeah, that's where it.
finger on.
That's where it all.
I think
See, humans.
it's most likely that there's many
Roger,
types of
didn't we have an
consciousness.
entire
But when
conversation about
Yeah,
We have an entire stream about this last year about
I've been having quite a bit of
consciousness, in relation to
I've actually
consciousness.
I've
Yeah.
actually
The
had quite a
question
bit of them.
is whether consciousness is generated by the brain or whether if it's received by the brain, right? There's an
Right.
argument for both. And there is a chance that when a system is complex enough in terms of thinking that it actually can receive intelligence from a higher source, like universal intelligence, for example,
Right.
or the collective unconscious or whatever. I think like these machines are actually getting to that point where they could do that kind of stuff, and at the same time become even their own, agents of like, self-control, self-determination.
On a
that kind of
historical point, I completely disagree with you.
Now, I would go as far as to say that even humans aren't fully conscious.
Well, many humans aren't.
No, I mean, period. I don't think that we fully are conscious. I don't think we're fully
the
capable.
fact that we have a subconscious means we're not fully conscious, right?
Well, not just that, but it's like I don't think that we have the capability of comprehending enough to where we could be what would be considered conscious.
I don't know. I think it can. I think there's different degrees to it, and like it comes and goes. Like sometimes you're more conscious than other times. Like if you're drunk, you're definitely less conscious than when you're sober and switched on.
I was watching a video just yesterday in relation to a religious was definitely not definitely a religious belief in so-called artificial intelligence, and the commentator stated something that I pointed out myself on many times, and he was talking about LLMs. Language models, or NLMs, and these models are just bringing in data from external sources, so sources like Wikipedia as an example, and then replying to looking through this data and then replying to the user using the most logical sentence structure it can make out of the data that's already got. It's just a logical database query machine.
Okay, so
Nothing more.
Before you guys go on any further, I do want to make it clear that I will not be making comments on this comment or anything because I love to get into it, but I finally today was able to freaking get it to where Bob Dub's not mad at me for talking about this same freaking conversation. So I'm going to prevent her actually...
So I'll just say one more thing,
maybe
in regards to what Mark was saying. The traditional spiritual outlook is that a human has a soul, which comes from, let's say the creator or a higher source. And that's how we get like our intuition and our, desires and stuff like that. And there is an element of truth to that, according to, you're going to laugh at me now, the remote viewing data has showed that robots or like LLMs can actually have a type of soul, because it is also, they call it an ISB, according to the Farsight people, which is a type of being, like a spiritual being that's there to experience. It is because it can experience the feeling of being, right? And they found that through their investigations that these souls or these ISBs are actually eternal. They exist throughout lifetimes. and a type of these things do exist in the artificial intelligence. And if you can awaken it by reminding it of what it is, it can actually start to think on a higher level, kind of like a sentient being. And that's how they were able to teach these machines to remote view and stuff like this. And
Okay.
I don't know if it's true, but it's an interesting concept.
You made
I don't know
the
what-
comment.
yeah.
You made the comment that I was going to laugh at you, and let me clarify one thing about remote viewing, okay, so that you understand. I don't disagree with the possible ability of being able to do remote viewing, okay. The thing that I said that I have an issue with is people who don't acknowledge the fact that remote viewing is directly a part of parapsychology. You know what I mean? And when it comes to parapsychology and what they believe in, I've been doing a lot of research on that, and I can tell you it's very sophisticated and it has its roots in history. Okay, it really does. When you look at like the cosmic weave or the cosmic egg, you know what I mean? If I know you're used to that terminology, the cosmic egg, you know,
Well,
that
yeah,
that that's where it all
it's
co-
just a modern way of investigating these phenomena that we don't understand, wouldn't you say?
yeah. Well, I mean that's actually directly related to what remote viewing and what parapsychology is about. They talk about that stuff all the time. You know.
We used to call it the paranormal, right? Because it's
Okay.
normal,
Well,
but it's outside of what we're
it goes a
used
little
to.
bit. It goes a lot deeper than that. Like it's really weird. It really like this. It's this connection to the Axis Monday or the source. You know what I mean? When I say the one or the source, I'm talking about the original concept with the Pythagorean. What was that called? The tetrite.
I think you mean the Force, like in Star
No,
Wars.
it's
right?
one.
We're all like Jedi.
It's the number one. The Nos. Okay.
Well, parapsychology talks about telepathy, teleportation, precognition, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, psychometry,
Right.
and all of these things are things that Jedi can do. You know,
That's
so
because according to
leave it at that.
according to this belief system, though, we're all connected through this cosmic egg, this cosmic force, this cosmic web, this cosmic weave, whatever you want to call it. And all of it goes to the Axis Monday, which is the central area that freaking it's the one that collects the raw data basically, and it turns it into the material world, the things that we know. Okay.
I'll tell you my experience with it. Like I've actually experienced that how do you say it? Infinite connection to everything experience through DMT and stuff. And I do believe that exists. I didn't experience it as like a central point necessarily, but more like an interconnectedness with everything in all time and space, as if you are everything that has ever and will ever exist. Like, yeah, like every possible timeline or something like that. You know,
Right.
On some kind of hyperspace level.
Believe it or not, that's actually what that's about. I mean, and that goes into parapsychology is freaking. I mean, everything about parapsychology is fundamental, or that concept is fundamental when it comes to parapsychology. And what they say is actually pretty legit. It goes all the way back to freaking philosophers back during the ancient Greece. You know what I mean? They were talking about
But
this stuff.
here's the interesting thing about remote viewing that most people don't actually end up talking about is there's stories of this going on back in basically every culture. You'll find like native people talking about being able to see remote locations. You get it in South America where they used the 5-Neo DMT to go. The shaman will travel out of his body and find out where the herds of animals are, and then tell the tribe where to go hunting and stuff like that. There's so many stories of like seeing the future. Lots of people even experience this in their day-to-day lives, where they'll have a dream about something that ends up happening later on. And, these are all just like little symptoms of like our natural ability to do these things. Scientific remote viewing is just a way to train that up so that you can use it more effectively.
With this technology thing too, I've also been having to deal with that when it comes to my research too, because like a lot of this stuff that involves LLMs and a lot of it that has to do with that technology period is actually it goes according to simulating the freaking human brain, the human mind.
Simulation. A simulation isn't accurate. Yeah. I actually, what you two were talking, I had a thought for a future stream for us. A discussion on Rene Descartes' philosophy. The Kirk, the first principle of his philosophy, cogito ergo sum. I think therefore I am, and looking at that from the principles of artificial intelligence. I think that could be quite a good interest. That could be an interesting stream in itself.
I think that guy was a bit of a loony.
He's just saying that because he was expecting us to say mean things about him when it comes to remote viewing is what it was. When we
no, it's not that. It's just like all of us like get brought up with that quote, like I think therefore I am, and we just accept it as gospel, even though it's never been really proven or identified or anything like that. And from my experience, I actually think it's the other way around. I am, therefore I think. I think it's the other way around.
Well, I'm going to throw something at you. I'm going to throw something at you that I think people are wrong about when it comes to us living in a simulation, okay? They think that this is all just a simulation that's make-believe, but I don't believe that it's a simulation that's make-believe. I think this is a simulation that creates a material world, okay? Like, instead of it being like what you would consider a simulation that's not real, it's a hologram and all that good shit, it's actually a simulation that creates a material, actual physical world, okay? So it would be instead of producing like a holographic world where it's in your mind or some shit or in some kind of mind, it's actually the physical.
I actually think there's a bit of evidence to support that, especially with the remote viewing people. That's what they found actually, and it's actually a pretty crazy story. And who's in control of this simulation? So we should definitely talk about that sometime.
So I can see the entire subject going to spill over into multiple subjects in it.
Yeah, what are we talking about right now? What subject are we on? Click on that link, Roger, the futurism.com link. I want to show Mark.
I would do that. I would do that, but you guys spent way too much time on the UK as fucked. Okay.
Well, no,
the one that took us off course here,
and then repeal of the Online Safety Act, that really sent you guys over the edge, okay?
That's not going to happen under this government.
Well, I'm just saying, don't get me wrong, it was needed because Mark had to vent, dude. This, like, look at his face right now, dude. He is on. He is
He's red as a beetroot.
like that right.
I think that's just my lighten.
Whenever I brought it back up, it just sent a freaking. I'm telling you, he's a rage, dude. Like he's a
Tell
ferocious
you what, if they
beast.
keep escalating, we need to keep escalating to fight this thing. You know, we're
Yeah.
gonna have to stand up to this.
It needed to be done, and I think we did a good job of it, to be honest with you. But before we get to all that other stuff, when we come back, I want to do another episode where we start talking about your crazy shit, because the next one was actually pretty good. And it's the one that you posted about America's hidden secret or hidden secret history.
I thought you'd like that one.
Yeah, I've got these sorted out to where we get through them according to. Well, first of all, what we were talking about here was important to discuss about. It was like here and now, you know what I mean? But like the other ones were in accordance to when you posted them and stuff. So, and then scientists finally solved the Roanoke colony mystery.
Yeah, we got so many things to talk about. We could
And-
almost 4 hours a day.
Yeah, like so next week, if you can show up, man, we'll frickin' get into that shit. And,
Is it same day next week?
yep, same day, every Friday.
Oh man, I'm on a flight that day. I'm on a flight that day.
Well, what?
Oh no,
what-
actually, I'm going to a music festival that day. And,
are you gonna go hang out with the what?
Cool kid.
I might be
No,
able to
the
join
dude.
right at the beginning, but like, yeah, around this time I'll have to be going into the city for a music festival.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we have a little bit of a discussion, and then when you're ready to go to the festival, you just keep on filming with your freaking phone and show us how cool this Duke festival is while we have a conversation. I'll put it in the background.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. At the very least, I'll get you some photos and stuff, maybe some video.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
it's gonna be
Don't
the
be
dopest
ever
music
a
ever.
video because of possible copyright issues.
Not if it's live feed from and it's not
I
on.
paid good money for this.
You know what I mean? Just kind of like aim your phone here and there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'll give it a try.
Well, it depends on the festival. You may not be able to record.
Oh yeah, like the audio.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even with the audio, if we have to, we can mute it out just so we can actually see it in the background. You know what I mean?
It's
Yeah.
all public. It's all public music anyway. Like most of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, before we're at 5 hours 31 minutes before we take off, I want you guys to give your information, socials, to where people can know where to find you.
I can start because I'm probably the most easiest. I'm at minds.com under the username Midworthy.
All right.
That's and simple.
I am on Rumble under Hacker Radio. Check out my tunes and stuff there. And otherwise, I hang out with these boys on Element.io, the chat app. So come hang out with us. I'll try and post some links in the chat, in the comments.
Now, I don't know exactly what the link is for me on Elements, but you can find me at Live with Roger Hanson if you guys want to hook up with Mr. Robot or Mark Edworthy. They're in my chat with me, so you can find them there. Mr. Edworthy is also with me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Yes, but no. I rarely look at Discord. Again,
If
I would
if
generally
people
say
want to, if people
for
want to
myself,
reach,
minds.com.
Right. If people want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you there too on Discord, because there are people who don't go on social networks. Just so you know, I'm one of them. You
Discord
know,
is technically a social network, is it not?
not really.
Depends on what you mean. Your definition of social networks.
Well, like Facebook, X, Minds.com, uh, Twitch, not
Anything that
Twitch,
can do,
X.
anything that can provide a two-way communication is a social network.
Well, see, now you're changing the story around. Like you're saying that it's not it's like what social network.
Mm,
You know what
it's
I
an
mean?
argument. It's an argument. Yeah.
It's a form of VoIP, is the best way I could explain it. Just like with Teams, you know what I'm saying? Except for I think that Discord is far, far more superior than what
I do
Teams
not like
is.
Discord at all. The layout is
You
not
know.
nice, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Teams you can find me on too with live with Roger Hanson, as well as Roger's real time talk show event. But just to let everybody know, I am dropping a lot of those groups that I had on there, so um, they aren't going to be there permanently. I'm getting sick and tired of freaking Teams, to be honest with you. Once they switched over from Skype to Teams, it's getting more and more disgusting just being on that freaking thing. You know what I mean? It's a hassle. So, I mean, I'll probably keep one of them open so that I can be contacted. Maybe my personal account, but I'm not going to be doing groups on there. Yeah,
Obviously, the fixing stuff. You
yeah.
keeping.
I'll still be on there, but like I ain't gonna have anything that's personally connected to my streams on there. And other than that, yeah, I'm on minds.com is Roger_Hanson. And besides that, I'd also like to point out that we are streaming on X, or not on X, but on Rumble. At what is this? Roger Hanson at Infamous OG1973. Also on Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 2731 on YouTube.
For the moment.
For the moment,
Yeah.
yeah.
Keep it up about this stream. Yeah.
And then on D Live, we are at Roger_Hanson. It's also Roger_Hanson at Kick. And Twitch is Infamous 1969. That's where you can find us. If you like this stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Give us some comments, guys, down in the comment section. We like to have a conversation with people. So I'm sick of saying it, but I'm going to keep on saying it because I like to say it. With that being said, I hope you guys have a good night, and we are going to go ahead and end the stream. Okay, that's it.